think this will blow my mind. Zombie. Come on, Nichols, he's here. Oh no. Come on.
You're so extreme, bro. Look at that spot.
Holy jeez.
No big, got no hook.
Welcome, Freeride family, to stop number 2 of the Freeride World Tour. Ordino Arcalis in Andorra is our gracious host for this, the second stop on our whirlwind tour around the world of Freeride, and what a magical spot it is. We absolutely love coming here. The riders love it. We got a brand new face. My name is Derek Foose, and I'm here with my co-host, best friend, and shred bud, Anna Smoothie. Anna, how are you feeling about this day?
I'm so excited. We've got another brand new face here in Andorra Arcalis, and it's going to be a killer competition today.
Unbelievable. Such a magic time here in Andorra, and we are going to kick things off right away with a bang with the ski men. They are going to be the first athletes dropping on this brand new face. So exciting. So ski men kicking off, all things being as they should, at 11 a.m. Should take a little over an hour to knock them out. Then ski women, snowboard men next, and then we're going to wrap it up with a bang with the snowboard women at 1:40 p.m. That's local time here in Andorra, so you can adjust your clocks accordingly to figure out your own timing for watching this bad boy. So, Anna, this face is brand new on the tour. Nobody's competed on it before. We have a myriad of face selections, of choices here in Ordino Arcalis, and we've come to a brand new one this time, which is so exciting. I think it kind of levels the playing field almost.
Definitely. Like, we've got some World Tour veterans here today, but they're on the same standings as our rookies. The face is fierce. It's got some zones that are totally closed just to keep everyone safe, but it's definitely got so many options for freeride enthusiasts, so I'm hyped to see what they bring today. Yeah, let's have a look a little deeper into what kind of went in to get this thing ready to compete in the Freeride World Tour.
At the first stop, it was probably slightly more freestyle orientated. Here, we're aiming for a competition who should go in the way that like the true big mountain riders are going. Stéphane Dan, Fanfan, one of our main leading guides from the Freeride World Tour, has been here since a few days. His role was to check the snow conditions and the snow stability.
Alors, la couche ici, il y a 2 couches fragiles. C'est une espèce de sucre. Donc ça, c'est la transformation de la neige poudreuse qui devient un peu neige de printemps et qui fait des billes. Il y avait 2 couches l'une au-dessus de l'autre. Pour l'instant, je dirais que c'est pas dangereux parce que c'est pas assez épais pour que ce soit vraiment dangereux. Mais peut-être que dans le futur, avec des températures très hautes, ça peut partir un peu partout.
Cataperedis, Port del Rat, a brilliant venue that we have already used in the past. Unfortunately this year, unless we have some precipitation, which at the moment we are not sure to get, it's going to be difficult to run an event on it. And that's why we have already scoped another venue that would be spring conditions. L'Albay is a true big mountain riding face. It's a 500 meter vertical drop mountains with massive features. Edric Vessel and Mel Olivier, 2 of the best riders from the Freeride World Tour, will come over this afternoon. They'll come earlier, but it was really important for us to have the advice from the riders themselves.
They ask what think the riders, so we are here to kind of represent the riders and to check the snow condition.
So the face behind us is a new face for the tour. It looks really good. We just need to see and confirm if we have enough takeoffs.
This is a massive face, a lot of exposure on top and some nice features on the bottoms.
For me it looks quite nice. I think it's both big jumps and smaller cliffs we can do, and the snow looks quite nice.
Pretty much as soon as we finished Bakira Barrett, the organizers were on their way here to Andorra, figuring it out. It's such a complicated process. Anna, can you run us through what this face is all about?
Yeah, so the organization came straight here and we're looking at some of the old faithful faces that we've used in the past, and they found this Pic de la Planes north of Ordino Arcalis, and they decided that this had the Freeride features that we needed. So this face is a east-southeast aspect, so it's been catching the light since the sun came up this morning. We've got some hard and fast conditions here, so we're hoping that the snow will soften as the sun comes across it. You can see there it says there's an average of 37 degrees, but actually some of the face is as steep as 45, so it's some pretty serious terrain. There's some huge rock features that are actually closed today in the center of the face, so if you're coming from start 2, you need to stick to the couloir and come past this impassable rock bluff. But there's still a lot of features where the riders can bring their creativity, bring some hard and fast big mountain style, or they can bring those freestyle maneuvers that we've been seeing in Bakira Barrettes. Some of the riders have been picking out some pretty creative lines here, and we're excited to see what they bring today.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing every one of these events, this evolution and changing between the freestyle-oriented riders and the free ride. And this one, I don't know, to me it kind of feels like it's going to play to both strengths. What do you think about that?
Definitely. There's a real wealth of different features, and I think that the riders are pretty excited.
Well, so the riders are putting on this show for all of you at home, but they're also trying to line up with the judging criteria to maximize the score. Obviously, they want to win. They want to do well on this face. So the judging criteria, to some, if you're new to this, it can be a bit misty. So maybe let's just dive in and see what actually the judges are looking for out of these riders on the face today.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not, and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? So landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might take off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
So one of the skiers that really understood the judging criteria well and worked at last event was Olivia Mcneill. What did you think about her run, Derek?
Well, I mean, Olivia's been competing since she was a young kid. She gets it, you know, she knows what the judges want to see, and you can see here, I mean, she was right away off a big air, nice clean stomp. The judges love that, and then that turn, Anna, wow.
So critical to make her next big air, and you can see her stroke as she comes out of it. So she really had beautiful skiing in between features as well, and had some serious air time, some of the biggest airs within the category that day.
Yeah, and the judges love that. The combination of the control category and the technique category, those two are just so intrinsically linked together. If your technique is good, the control will take care of itself, kind of. And Olivia showed that, and then also with a line selection that just showed, you know, that fortune favors the bold.
Absolutely. So one of our rookies taking the win in her first stop. Not a rookie, second year on tour, but pretty fresh face.
Yeah, Olivia definitely, she feels like a rookie because she only did 2 and she never completed 1, but we did have a chance to catch up with her and kind of pick her brain about what it feels like to be here amongst her heroes and to win the first stop.
I'm from Canada. I grew up in Vancouver, and I've been skiing Whistler Blackcomb for my whole life. I like to have big cliffs. and I like to hit big cliffs, and I kind of like to hit flat landings. I'm just really happy to be outside always. This is my favorite place. Anywhere where there's mountains and like open sky, I'm always feeling great. So my goal for this comp is just to put down another run that I feel really happy with. Maybe find like 1 or 2 features that I'm like super excited about and hit those well. Ideally, not think too much about the fact that I am leading currently, because I don't want to stress out about it.
So Anna, we heard her just saying she's not even thinking about leading right now because to her that's such a trip. As a competitor, what does that mean? How do you adjust your mind around a factor like that?
I think there is a big difference between skiing to win and skiing not to lose. So I think she's right to put it out of her mind and concentrate on what she's doing as an athlete and really just keep her head in the game.
Keep your head in the game. There you go, kids. That's how you get it done. Well, another young athlete who's been competing for ages who absolutely unlocked the mystery of the judging criteria was Max Palm. We can see in his run, it was just so packed full of features and mind-blowing moments of shredding.
Yeah, he made history as he lines up the first landed double backflip on the Freeride World Tour ever. So he was pretty elated about that, to say the least.
Yeah, and once again, this absolute mastery of the combination of the gutsy line and then excellent technique. The turn that he makes here after the double backflip to set up for the 360 without great technique, that turn does not happen.
For sure, and I know the judges were thrilled to see him pack in a bunch more features into his line, because while they're here for the Freeride history, they need to see a complete line and not just a one-hit wonder, which he definitely delivered for us.
Absolutely, and you can just see the elation on his whole body language. Max Palm, wild card, one event wild card, hoisting the trophy and earning himself a spot on the tour for the rest of the season. That was just magic. So the Young Bucks are really getting it done on the tour this year so far.
Definitely.
All right, so we did have a chance to catch up with Max. You know, everybody's been talking about the double backflip, but Max is he's a complete person. You know, there's more to him. There's more behind the goggle lenses. So we caught up with him and just kind of dug into what got him here to this point, because it's pretty impressive what Max is doing these days. So Max, we're on the top of Ordino Arcalis here, and you found yourself going from wildcard to the top of the ski men's field. How are you feeling about all this?
It's pretty insane. I haven't had the time to proceed everything and realize it, but it's just insane being here with all those insane riders that, like, all my idols, and to be able to compete against them is like, wow.
Tell me a little bit about your parents, because it sounds like both of them are legends in the ski world.
My mom is a ski instructor, and she has won 3 times Derby de la Meige in La Grave on Telemark. And my dad is a mountain guide who's traveling the world to find the best snow, I guess.
And how much of that do you think has rubbed off on you? You know, that combination of those two things, like your mom's just reckless sendiness and your dad's obviously a mountain guru. How much of that have they passed on to you?
I think everything. Like, I think that's why I always have wanted to ski, and I have that passion and love for skiing, because I've grown up in this area, and yeah, it's just insane, and they're giving me so much help. I'm so thankful for them.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, thanks, Mom and Dad.
Okay, so how much of that alpine background for the North American viewers, that's ski racing in Serre Chevalier, are you adding now to your freeride skiing? How important is it?
Yeah, I think it's really important to have an alpine background, because when, like, it really gives you the basis of skiing and like how to make a turn and everything, and I think that really can show. Well, look, when you look at Christopher and everybody, they ski so good, and Leo and all those, and I think that's the alpine that really helped them.
So now you're here, you've transitioned in 1 year from juniors to Freeride World Tour. In your mind, has that been an easy transition, or is it crazy to you?
It's crazy. It's insane. That's really insane, yeah. I'm so lucky.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to catch up with you. I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes next for Max Palm.
Thank you. Mountain guide who's
So
traveling
this
the
kid
world.
is the real deal. He came out swinging straight from juniors. In my understanding, he's the only person ever to hold the junior world championship title and be leading the Freeride World Tour at the same time.
That is absolutely outrageous, and he's skiing under the Swedish flag, but actually has a bit of a French connection, as you were saying in the interview earlier, Derek. What did you learn about Max?
Yeah, I didn't realize he's never lived in Sweden. He grew up entirely in France. He lived in Serre-Chevalier as a kid, even a bit before that in Le Grave. I mean, it's kind of in that same valley. And his mom was a 3-time winner of the Derby de la Meige in Le Grave, which if you guys don't know what that is, Google it right now because it is ludicrous. It's basically a top-to-bottom 1,000-person at the same time race down one of the gnarliest ski resorts. I can't even call it a ski resort. Ski lift places in the world. It's just unbelievable. So kind of gives you a sense of where Max's sendiness comes from.
Absolutely. He's got a fierce mama. Very good. And I think when he was talking about his line that he's putting together today, obviously he's brought some real freestyle prowess to the first stop of the Freeride World Tour. But today, do you think he's going to step into the Nair a little deeper?
Yeah, I mean, chatting to him about line, he did say he wanted to put down a slightly more pure freeride run. But then he just rattled off a laundry list of insane tricks that are going to go into his pure freeride run. So I guess we'll see about that. But what is pure freeride anymore? I mean, it's just whatever you want it to be.
It's open to interpretation. That's the best thing about freeride.
Yeah, exactly. So we had a chance to catch up with a few other riders so we can check in on their thoughts of what's going on here.
The face check getting me excited. Feels like a spring comp out here. I definitely see the line I want to do, so just gonna visualize it a ton. There's a few features I'm eyeing up, get some freestyle in there, really just keep it surfy. I think that's the way to go, and there's some slush, so.
It's big, it's a big face, it's a long face. It has a lot of features, but you just need to find the features with takeoffs on them because the snow is definitely melting.
It's looking really fun. I quite like the venue. It's quite long. There's some transitions you can match up. I'm really looking forward to it. I think I'm going to just try and keep it open and fluid. Don't want to trip over myself anywhere. So that'll be my game plan, as well as have a lot of fun. Looking forward to it, and we'll see how it goes. I think there's going to be some crazy runs thrown down as per usual.
All right, so we're on a brand new face here in Ordino Arcalis. And for everybody, the difficulty of choosing a line when you don't have a bit of history behind it, how hard is that?
Definitely. Riders typically will use a lot of previous video footage to plan their takeoff, see the landings, see what sharks are there on a low snow year. And so everyone's at the same disadvantage with a new face. But if you look at it with the cup half full, then you would think more that everyone's on a level playing field and it's a chance for them to show their skill.
It's so exciting to see how they're going to apply their shred art to this brand new canvas. We've got the top to bottom. It's a massive face, and I know somebody is going to put down something we never saw coming. All right, a brand new face in Ordino Arcalis. The riders are hyped on it. You saw Craig Murray there. I feel like the Kiwis, maybe some of the North Americans are going to be in a great position because we ski slush all the time in the springtime. They're pretty excited, but really excited to see what they do here. But we can't talk about what's coming here without looking at what went down before.
Trudell, the king of smooth landing.
Maxim Chable, that was another great run. Going for the flat spin there, catching the grab, beautifully executed. Craig Murray, 360s, nuking off that nose. Abel putting himself on top of this massive pillar. That was huge. The double clean, the first double backflip in Freeride World Tour competition, complete by Max Palm. Bakira Barrett, a brand new stop on the Freeride World Tour, and absolutely delivered a slam dunk of magic freeride competition. Such a great one. I know we have another great one lined up here. Just so burning with excitement right now for this competition. It's going to be so much fun. So take a look at where the ski men shook out. It really, to me, was a story of the rookies jumping in. Max Palm lit it up and took the W, and Abel Moga, another rookie out of Spain, local shredder, in second place. Craig Murray rounding out the top three. Pretty exciting to see these young bucks kind of rising to the occasion.
Absolutely. In the mid-pack, we actually see some of our Freeride World Tour veterans in places where they're not totally used to being. So I think Rainer Barkered, will see him step up and step into the big time now on this face. Other riders that felt that their cliffs weren't quite awarded is Mel Olivier. He said he's going to change up his technique for this event.
Yeah, Mile definitely looking at something, I think, slightly more judges savvy than what we saw. He went for the mega huck last time. I'm sure if he had stuck it clean, the judges would have loved it, but they do reward perfection only, and that wasn't it there. So dropping first here.
Yeah, we've got some fresh faces at the top of the start list there. Kevin Nichols, Jamesa and Cooper. They all kind of need to make this one count. They, in order to make the cut, they will need to make this event sort of a top 10 score.
Yeah, those guys definitely looking for a keeper, and then rolling into the back half. I mean, as you said, a bunch of veterans here, and what we're seeing is a bunch of different skill sets, a bunch of different ski styles, back-to-back. Craig Murray and Abel Moga, they finished second and third in the last one. And then I, like you, expecting big things out of Reina today.
Indeed. At the end of the pack there, we've got a Swiss and a Kiwi, Maxime and Blake. So I know that they're both excited and they've planned their runs to make a big splash today.
Yeah, rumblings from the Swiss camp that Maxime may be looking to pump a double off of something in here. So I think once Max Palm broke the seal, I think maybe we're going to see double backflips in every freeride competition now. I don't know. And if that's what happens, well, evolution.
Yeah, so be it.
Getting a look at Andrew Pollard up there, just finding the mental preparation. Riders are just going through their processes. And interesting to see here, this is a massive change. So Peak Performance Fun Bet. Hopefully you guys have your bets in. Christopher Turdell, 55% of you think he's going to land on the podium. Ross Tester, 37% of you think he's going to land on the podium. No surprise, those were your two front runners last year. But look at Max Palm, from a wild card, from a junior to now 45% of you out there in Peak Performance Fun Bet world, locking in Max Palm for a podium finish.
He's clearly impressed you guys as much as he has impressed us, so that is fantastic.
Yeah, the Peak Performance Fun Bet, it's a great way just to kind of check in with your friends, to get involved and feel like you're actually part of the event. You know, I don't advocate betting, but fun bet is fine, I think, and it's just so cool. It's so hard. I was scrolling through trying to pick my winners, and I was like, well, that person could win. So you just kind of go with your heart and go with your gut and hope for the best.
Right on. We've had some news that we're expecting a forerunner on the face very soon, and this is actually going to seal the fate of the competition. We're all waiting with bated breath. We're waiting for the snow to soften and be safe for riders to come down.
Yeah, so Anna, kind of, you know, you've stood in that start gate position in events like this where the snow is essentially the thing that's going to make or break the day. What are the riders going through up in the start right now that are waiting for this forerunner to drop?
Really depends on where you're from. I'm from New Zealand, so when it was hard pack and I was standing in the start gate, I was rubbing my hands together and thinking this is my time to shine. But if you're used to knee-deep BC powder, maybe you wouldn't be feeling the same.
Yeah, so lots of different emotions probably rolling through the start area. Ski men, our first category, and those guys are already up at the start. They had a kind of an interesting combo for their route. They had quite a long hike to get to the finish area, but then they got a heli bump up to the start. So, you know, they were like, well, we wanted to fly from the bottom, or some of them wanted to hike the whole way, depending if you're from Chamonix. You know, if it's Leo, he's like, I want to hike the entire thing. But yeah, running through those emotions of like, you're tired, then you're hot, then you're in a helicopter, so you're excited, and then you're on the top, so you're scared, and you're just there waiting to see the forerunner drop. Joaquin Vena, a local legend. He lives here in Andorra, but he's an Argentinian fella, an absolute slayer. This guy skis so well. I think for this area, we probably couldn't have picked a better forerunner to kick things off and help us make the call of when we start.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he thinks of the snow. We're all here praying for the right amount of slush. We don't want it to be too punchy, but just soft enough to make those landings a little easier on the knees. So hopefully we get to check in with Joaquin when he gets down to the finish.
Yeah, and it's quite a time frame that we have to deal with. You know, we need the snow to be contestable from the first ski man to the last snowboard women across all 4 categories. So it's definitely important that we make the call that we don't kick ski men off too early, because you know, and force those early runners to ski on ice, but also you don't want to put the snowboard women into a position where they're skiing in isothermic goo. So here he is, Argentinian legend Joaquin Vena. They call him Waco around here. Really excited to see this guy kick things off for us, and we're going to pay real close attention to what it sounds like when his skis hit the snow.
Ooh, well, it doesn't sound too icy. He's heading down the ridge from start 1, and he's throwing up a little bit of snow. So I think that east-southeast aspect that's been catching the sun since first light has really paid off. So I think this is a really good venue choice. I think so too, and I think it's a good sign, as you said, that we're seeing snow throw off of his skis. So there we go, the first feature, Joaquin actually getting into the air. This is actually looking pretty promising. Yeah, it's looking homogeneous. It looks like he's trusting each turn as they come successively. So I'm thrilled to see this. Let's see what he says at the bottom there. Yeah, absolutely. And you got to think that the riders that are stacked up at the top, and then the other categories other than ski men who are still chilling in the finish area, are going to be watching this and feeling probably a bit of relief that he's not going rah-ka-ka-ka-ka and just sliding down the face on ice. And look at, he's leaving a track. If there's one thing that you need for the snow to be contestable, if you're not leaving a track behind you, that's a bad sign. Absolutely. We do not want to be sending those riders down on hard-packed ice. Just look at this scene. Look at where we are in the world. If you get a chance to come to Ordino Arcalis in Andorra, you have to jump on it. It's such a magical spot. And we've seen over the years this place just deliver some of the best moments in the Freeride World Tour history. So there we've got his line on the looker's left of the face, winding through some of the rocky features. And yeah, I think it looked reasonably homogeneous from top to bottom. Yeah, consistency is the name of the game. Had a chat to Christopher earlier, and he was super keen on consistency. Waco, fantastic forerun. Hey, how did the snow feel for you up there?
Well, the conditions are good. We have a spring condition. The takeoff are really good. The landing quite soft, so I think that we will have a good show today.
Fantastic. And how was it getting from the start into the main part of the venue through that tight little couloir?
No, it's easy to recognize where you have to go. The entrance is not hard, so I imagine that these riders, they are going to get faster and strong.
Yeah, they're pretty good. All right, so Joaquin, you live in this area. You've seen the snow evolve. Do you think in this day, this is the right day for the competition? We're going to light it up here.
Yeah, for sure. The staff was starting the day, and I think that today we have the show. Yes, for sure, today is the day.
Nice. Thanks so much, Waco. Great skiing out there. There we have it, the word from the bottom.
Well, that is fantastic news. Joaquin Vena saying it is on. He is happy. I think that's going to make everybody happy. All the skiers up top. One of the hardest things as a competitor is that go, no go, go, no go, getting yourself ramped up to go. You know, mentally, what's that process like, and what does it mean to go when we're supposed to go?
We call it the hurry up and wait. So the organization obviously needs the riders to be on point. They need them to be on time and ready to go. But then inevitably we're dealing with Mother Nature here, and we have to allow for waiting for snow to soften. So yeah, it doesn't always go as to plan. Well, not the first plan anyway. You plan for the plan to change.
Plan for the other plan, yeah, plan B, plan C. Talking to some of the riders, especially on this face, wondering if they're going to be able to make the turn from one feature to the next, and then they've got another plan and another layer of plans even below that, depending on how the snow was and the grip ability and how things go. And I think that's, as a free rider, I think that's such an important thing to understand that you need to do. You know, flexibility is key.
Absolutely. Flexibility and resilience, and just accepting that Mother Nature decides at the end of the day how are you going to go.
Yeah, so we're on. Basically, we're on, Anna. It's going to go. We're just kind of getting all the pieces in order. We want to make sure that everybody's ready. And I think, you know, you can't really overstate the process that these riders have to go through mentally, physically. And one of the riders that really kind of impressed on the first stop was Maxim Chable, young Swiss rider, former junior world champion. Bang, this kid has got it. Let's check in with him.
And he is dropping in now.
And representing Switzerland is on course. Oh, taking that thing way bigger than everyone else all day.
Definitely the goal is to become world champion in both sports, and for that I'm going to have to invest the same time into both sports for sure.
And one last piece to go with the 360.
Hey everyone, my name is Maxim Chable. I'm a professional skier and kite surfer, and I'll be a rookie on the Freeride World Tour 2022. Still kind of primarily kite surfer, but I'm trying to slowly shift more and more to like 50% skier, 50% kiter. Well, I learned to ski when I was almost 2 years old, and I started around this region here, just a bit everywhere. We have a bunch of ski resorts here, and started very young and still at it. So it was definitely a privilege for me growing up here with the mountains in my backyard and the lake right in front of the house. I mean, in summer we could go kite surf, sometimes even after school. In winter, the nearest ski station is literally 1 minute away. And yeah, definitely growing up with both sports, summer and winter, is definitely the reason why now I'm so attached to doing both, and I don't want to decide between either of them. So the idea of competing in freeride skiing actually came end of the skiing season 2018, where I had done about 2 seasons where I was only kiting. So then I realized that there was a junior freeride tour, and I was like, oh, this could be something for me. Maybe I should try and enter and compete there. I think the tour stop I'm most looking forward to is going to be in Kicking Horse in Canada, just for the fact that I never traveled with my skis. This brand is for me. Like, if I end up competing on the freeride.
So it's not enough to be world champion in one sport. This guy's got title belts in 2 separate, completely different sports. Just an unbelievable athlete, this young kid.
So naturally talented and such a head on his shoulders. Like, he's a young guy, 20 years old, but I was so impressed that while he's got like crazy freestyle tricks on lock for the first contest, he was really determined to plan a run that he thought was like relatively safe, because he's bringing a real strategy to the first 3 stops of the World Tour. He's determined to make the cut to the FWT finals, and he seems to be tracking.
Yeah, it's impressive to see a young athlete actually playing a little bit of a strategy game or position at such a young age. You know, so many of these riders just come out of the gate swinging for the fences, and he's like, no, I want to be in Verbier, and I'm not going to let a mistake derail that. He said he was kind of aiming for anything in the top 10 before that event, and he certainly locked that down.
Certainly. So he ended up in 5th place. That's where he's sitting in our rankings at the moment, and that's a really strong position to be in coming into the second stop. Remember, they've just got 3 results to make the cut, and it's the best 2 results. So you can have one kind of throwaway, but it's ideal to make them all count.
Yeah, if you can make them all count, that's the that's the best case. And he chatting to him, I liked his philosophy. He said, I'm going to play it safe, and then a little bit less safe in Andorra, and then I just want to go ham in Kicking Horse. And I was like, all right, well, I will happily watch that. It's pretty exciting, because he's certainly, like you said, he's got a huge bag of tricks.
Yeah, definitely. So we might see some of that here on the venue today. It is a serious big mountain venue as well, so maybe he'll stick to that kind of train of thought. But yeah, looking forward to seeing it.
Is it going to come around? Max with the double clean. We are back. Freeride World Tour 2022 season is upon us. Big features.
Oh, another backflip.
No slowing down at all.
That was fast, and this was huge.
The video judge loving it there. Olivia with the punch of the century.
Is running out of it.
Nice and clean, and then laying out the backflip into this much higher takeoff.
Wow, that was huge. Precision.
Jacqueline with a huge punch front. The way he said it, it looked so sick, and then yeah, just a little too far. To fire his way along with pace.
The first 3.
Another right 3, corked that one, getting his skis vertical.
For a huge backflip.
2 in and 2 down. And right off the nose, spinning the other way. Craigbury, bang! Stomping. Wow, Abel putting himself on top of this massive pillar. Bang! He's got it to his feet, and he gets around that lower rock. Moving into first place. Nobody else saw this with him. It all day, and a gigantic 362 and unbelievably precise landing. 96. All right, let's hear it one more time for the ski women of the Freeride World Tour. Honestly, it's hard to believe that that was the first event of the season, because it was just fireworks from start to finish, and we're building from there. So Anna, I think it can only go up.
Absolutely, and we have got word that Ski Men is kicking off in about 1 minute, so we are all eyes on the face and ready for the fireworks to begin again.
Yeah, it's exciting and nerve-wracking and scary and fun, and all the emotions just kind of come flooding out. Kevin Nichols standing up there in the gate. He's he's ready to go. He had that really scary crash in the last event, but he did it doing something pretty awesome. So I'm excited to see Kev get a bit of a redemption run, and just looking up this face, you can see that whole big massive cliff zone in the middle, so that's all closed. The riders have to, you can see the start gate there, riders have to move around to the rider's right side, and then they can dip their toes into their run.
Absolutely. I'm really hoping everyone plays by the rules and stays out of those closed zones, because they're very consequential. So.
Absolutely. So look at this young buck, Kev Nichols, Cook City, Montana. He had one season on the Freeride World Tour before he did requalify into Verbier, sitting in 19th after that crash. Basically did a 360, snagged his tip under a rock and went tumbling over a bunch more rocks. So not a comfortable start to the Freeride World Tour season for Kev Nichols, but I love the way this guy rolls. He's just got such a great attitude, and if you're around him, you're smiling 100% of the time. He's just such a great spirit, but he is a lethal weapon on the slopes, and he is going to kick our our competition off here in Ordino Arcalis, Andorra. Freeride World Tour stop number 2 is on.
Drop in. Yeah, boy.
Here we go. So he is working his way down the ridge again. Let's see what entrance he finds to get into the face. He's getting a little caught up there. Maybe some of that snow is not as smooth as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, as Joaquin said, it's fine, but you're not really shredding at that point. So now Kevin moving his way into the guts of his run.
Nice little shifty air there. He's moving back towards the lookers left of the face, lining up his next air.
Yeah, popping off this nugget, finding transition there. So Kevin moving across into this wind lip. There are so many options for features on this face. And how difficult do you think it is going to be for the riders to find where they're going?
This is what I don't know, because I've not been up there, but he's definitely lining something up here. A massive backflip. Takes it, not a particularly clean landing, but he is skiing away from it.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to take that to his feet perfectly. I mean, we just can't overstate how difficult it is to just send a backflip off a cliff you've never even stood on top of before.
Great sniper landing there. He only had a 1 meter landing pad, but he spotted it and caught it.
Yeah, that was so precise. Now Kevin moving up onto this side angle action at the bottom above the tree, and right off. Is there transition there? There is. We've been wondering that, looking at it from a bunch of different angles, and Kevin, it's so tough to be the guinea pig, but he is the first man from top to bottom. Definitely a pretty significant control issue on that backflip, but otherwise a strong start for Kevin Nichols.
I would also say that last year it looks like he got a little bit back seat, so I'm not sure if that one is on for much bigger than he sent it.
So as you see here, catching the grab, and you can see in the video judge's estimation, fluidity and control down. So it looked like he was just actually a little bit sideways there.
Yeah, got a little caught out on that flip. That was a beautiful landing there, well spotted.
All right, so this is always the tricky point of any category. The first rider really sets the bar, and for the judges with a pretty significant control issue there, it's going to be tricky for them to know exactly where they want to score that, but definitely not a perfect run for Kevin.
Yeah, they don't want to give themselves they don't want to paint themselves into a corner. They've got to have room to move above and below that. So we're probably going to have more control issues through the day, and we're also going to have some flawless runs. So they need to find the sweet spot for the score.
Yeah, so for sure, Kevin not going to be super stoked with that score, but he looks like it makes sense to him. 47.67 for the first man of the day out of the gate. Kev Nichols is going to take a spot in the hot seat, but I have a feeling we're going to see some riders pushing him out of that.
Indeed. Next up, we've got Julian Jamesa Hampton out of New Zealand, the flying Fijian, and I'm very excited for this one. He also needs to get a little redemption after a crash in Becerra Barrett, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he puts together for us today.
Yeah, so way up there on the top of this gigantic peak is Jamesa Hampton. He's standing in the start gate. He set out pretty hot in the last event, and then he had that big corked out 360 that looked like it was just going to be fire, but wasn't able to quite put it down at the angle he needed to. But Jamesa is kicking things off again. The first Kiwi. We've got such a strong crew of Kiwis on the Freeride World Tour, and the Kiwi freeride scene back in New Zealand is just so good. They just keep producing great riders like yourself and like Jamesa Hampton, who is just about to kick out of the gate and get some redemption on this Ordino Arcalis face.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I think it's 11:15 p.m. on Sunday night in New Zealand, and all the fans will be crowding around the telly watching Jamesa throw down.
Dropping.
So also heading in from start 1 Finding a spicier entrance. He is in some serious exposure right now, but I'm sure he has scoped it out really well.
Yeah, this is serious business up here. The judges definitely going to be looking for precise control, and precise is exactly what Jamesa delivered there. That was incredible.
He put that down so delicately, I would say. That was epic, and he is moving into the middle of the face, lining up some more airs for the fans.
Yeah, so a lot of these features are a little bit melted out on the upper section, so the takeoffs, dead fall line aren't all on, but you can see those kind of cross-chord moves are lining up really well, and that is a product of really good scoping from Jamesa.
Yeah, this run so far, beautiful 360 and incredible landing. Jamesa Hampton putting a run to his feet, and I'm so happy to see it.
One of the hallmarks so far of this run is how precise his landing positions has been. He's landed so close to the rock so many times, and now coming into this lower one and just holding on to it. Jamesa Hampton, you can see that as you totally nailed it on the last one. That is flatter than it looks from here. So hopefully these guys have been doing their squats and strengthening the legs. Great redemption run for Jamesa Hampton.
For sure. I'm stoked to see him get down in one piece and do a pretty sick run. What did you think about that 360?
Well, I thought that was great, and he definitely got some redemption. Now look at this. You can't really fully understand how close that was. 1 foot looking like it was almost on the rock and finding so many features. And then right here, that was actually way flatter than I thought it was before Jamesa went. So really strong run for Jamesa there. Great way to kick things off here in the ski men's category.
Kia ora. Hi, Mom.
Kia ora,
Hello,
Jamesa. So he is tentatively waiting for his score there, shouting out to all the homies in New Zealand.
Such nervous moments waiting around in the finish area for the scores to drop as you kind of just reflect on what you just did. And the judges having their say, 79.67, strong score for Jamesa Hampton. And as we said, coming back from a disappointing finish in Bakira Barrett, this is a great way to bring it back for the young Kiwi rider. Really, really excited to see him on the tour and doing his thing.
Sliding into the hot seat there, Jamesa. Nice one.
So we head back up to the top of this impressive and imposing face to a young Canadian rider. Another one, as you said, who is looking for some redemption. Cooper Bathgate not getting the run he wanted to do in Bakira Barrett. Definitely not feeling like he put his best foot forward there. And he's coming at this with a new mindset and really wanting to show his place on the Freeride World Tour, showing everybody that he belongs. And it's tough as a rider when you don't do the run you wanted to do, and then you get to the bottom and your shoulders kind of slump and you're like, oh, that was not it. And you're on TV and the heli's in your face and there's a lot of emotions rolling. So hopefully for Cooper Bathgate, we got another redemption run and he is on course.
I have faith that he's got this run on lock. Also heading into the sporty start zone there. Let's hope he's got some precision landing gear to put down.
Yeah, you can just see how rowdy it is in there. It's so steep, taking a similar angle to Jamesa, but just a little bit unstuck there. Unfortunately, Cooper kind of bouncing out of his landing. You can see Jamesa's bomb hole there. Actually, he picked up the rock with his right ski, and Cooper going a little bit more left, and now you can see just absolutely disappointed as he's got to figure out how to get his pole. I think he's just going to sidestep up there. So not the start that Cooper Bathgate was looking for to kick this event off. Unfortunately, just not able to hold on that top air. That area is so exposed.
It really is. You've got to scope your landing just perfectly, and also, you know, you've got exposure below you as well, so you've got to have time to shut it down quickly. So not a great start for Cooper, but we'll see if he has some nice slushy turns on his way down the mountain.
Yeah, luckily one of our ski dudes there. So let's actually take a look here and at what caused this to go wrong.
We had a little safety grab, but it was definitely, he looked steady in the air. It was more the landing that didn't come together for Cooper.
Yeah, just wheeling out on his tails, and then once you're up on the tails, any little tiny bit of side angle is just going to tip you over. And unfortunately, Cooper just not able to pull back vertically out of that wheelie and ski away. So you can just see by the body language there that he's absolutely devastated, because that's 2 tough results in a row. So Cooper's going to be in a tough spot going into kicking horse now.
Yeah, it's always a big decision to pole strap or not to pole strap, because in terms of avalanche safety, it can be better to not have any pole straps, but in competition, to lose your poles like that he could have potentially rode out and still, you know, he would have been docked for that back slap, but he could have potentially continued. Taking a little air there into the main bit of the face.
Yeah, Cooper just looking like he's kind of making his way down. It's so hard to recover, and if, you know, complete your full run, and it looks like Coops is kind of off it at this point, knowing that a full stop like that and a hike back up, the run is pretty much over. So also doing the rest of the riders behind him in the field a favor by not leaving a bunch of bomb holes the rest of the way down.
What a gentleman. So tell us, what's your favorite part of Cooper skiing normally? Like, obviously he is an incredible skier, and we've not managed to see that so far on the tour.
Yeah, Coops, I mean, technically he's a great skier. He's a wizard in the air. He's got a whole bag of tricks. Unfortunately, they're just not able to even get to the point where he could show any of that. And that's tough. That's tough for any athlete to take when, you know, you've kind of wound yourself up mentally. You put yourself in the position that you're ready to go, and then it goes wrong early. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's going to be a tough one for Cooper to swallow. So 15 points for Cooper Bathgate. Unfortunately, not what he was looking for here in Ordino Arcalis, but we roll on with this event straight back up, and this is going to be our first rider who's going to be dropping out of start 2. Maël Olivier, you kind of called it earlier, Anna. He had pretty much the biggest error on the face in the last event. He did have a significant control issue on the landing. But for him, he felt like maybe that wasn't the move that the judges were looking for. So he kind of went back to the drawing board, rejigged his approach, and Maël Olivier now is ready to drop in the first rider from start 2.
So we're just waiting for Maël to get the green light to drop in, and he is ready for it. So from start 2, we need to be heading down the couloir and avoiding this main monstrous rock bluff in the right center of the face. He's lining up his first air.
Nice and clean on that one for Maël. So now he's picking up a ton of speed, kind of his signature. He just goes fast and he goes huge. And he's coming all the way across to hit this wind lip.
360 into another cliff. That was exceptional. Oh, and he is down in the landing.
Oh, just getting caught up there, and it kicked him into a flat spin on the landing. You know, the skis need to be in the fall line in a landing like that. I can't believe that feature link up.
Yeah, that was too quick to call, really. That was incredible. So 360 at the windlet with serious pace, and then took an air straight into the next feature. Looking forward to the replay on that one, because it all happened too quick to call.
It was so fast, that right footer to point him off. It looked initially as if he was pointing in the wrong direction, and then I think we both realized at the same time, no, that's where he's going, just at rocket speed. So Maël just collecting his gear. You could see the ski-doo kind of moving out. Let's take a look, Anna.
Yeah, a little control issue between the first feature and the second, which is unsurprising because he had some serious speed going through there. So that's disappointing for Maël to have a no score and a mid-pack result from the first event.
Yeah, another rider who's now finding himself in a tough spot going into kicking horse. I mean, he's such an exciting rider to watch, and watching that landing, as soon as he landed, he put his skis across the fall line, but that force has to go somewhere, and where it went, unfortunately, in that one, was kicking him into a unintentional flat spin, which is not where you want to find yourself in the middle of your Freeride World Tour run.
No, well, unless it's in midair, and then it's totes legit.
Well, the cowbells are going for Maëlle Olivier. We've got some Andorran fans who have made their way up the hike to get to this finish area. This competition face, the Pic de les Planes, is pretty remote. It is near the resort, but I wouldn't really call it in the resort. So for any of these any of these fans to come up and check it out, it's a pretty serious endeavor. You know, they got to commit to it.
I'm wildly impressed. In Becerra Barret, we had probably the biggest crowd and the loudest crowd we'd had for some time. But here we've got the most committed, the ones who are willing to walk for an hour or so to make it here today. Yeah, big ups to the fans who made the trek up here, and definitely props for bringing the cowbells out, because it means a lot to the riders to have people cheering. You know, we heard about that from the riders in Spain, where they could feel the energy, and I mean, nothing feels better than having a whole bunch of people there to support you. And people, speaking of people there to support you, as much as he is a hero in Spain, Aimar Navarro is a hero here in Andorra. He is adored, and he is ready to go. Aimar Navarro putting on a show for us that unfortunately didn't quite go his way in Becerra Barret, but ideally we're going to get to see the real Aimar Navarro show here, where he stays on his feet and stomps something mind-blowing. The Spanish rider, he's just a powerhouse. You can see he's just patting himself down, going through the process, going through the required cycle that he needs to get his headspace. Aimar Navarro dropping it. On course from start one. And if we know Aimar, we know he's going straight into the heart of it. So he is making his way through this high exposure entrance and taking in some speed, riding out clean.
Yeah, kind of landing right in that path that Cooper pioneered, but looking like maybe the tails of his skis are a touch stiffer, stomping there. So this is vintage Navarro. He barely even bends his legs when he lands. He's just so powerful. And another big stomp.
Incredible, ripping his way through the center of the face. He's already building up a lot of solid air time there.
Yeah, so line score is a huge part of any rider's run. Now Aimar coming at full speed off the nose. He's got a cone to clear. He gets it. Aimar Navarro making the ground shake with that landing. That was absolutely spectacular. Is he going to be able to get up for this fatty to flatty off the bottom? Actually taking a smart approach there, not going too deep. Strong, strong run for Navarro.
He is pumped to have put that one to his feet, and he seemed to take it all in his stride. Like, those were some seriously big airs and some reasonably flat landings that he just ate up with those enormous quadriceps.
Oh, that is a fantastic run for Aimar Navarro, and you can see the just adrenaline pumping and the stoke just waving off him. He's so happy to have put that down. Look at this, absolutely no problem. This is where he is the most at home.
Beautiful top air there. And coming into another.
I can't even believe that his legs barely bent there. He's so strong and so balanced. And this one too, bang! He leaves a hole in the ground, but absolutely no problem stomping that.
Seriously strong legs there. A little back slap on that final one, but I feel that he's made the best work of that final cliff. What do you think?
I agree, and I think that one comes purely down to just his, yeah, there it is, his raw strength. 83 points, and Navarro puts himself into the hot seat. Aimar Navarro is going to be buzzing.
So will the fans. I can't wait to see the line for signatures later.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as we said, he was at home in Becerra Barret, but Aimar is a hero here in Andorra as well. For years and years, this was the closest thing to a home event for Navarro. So the fans just flock to him, and you walk around or ski around the resort, and people are just hounding him and mobbing him for autographs and selfies. And so for him to put down a run like that, especially after that just insane stunt in the last event. So really, really happy to Aimar, but there is no putting on the brakes in this event. We're heading straight back up to the top to our reigning Freeride World Tour champion, Christopher Turdell, the smoothest man on skis. This guy makes the impossible look easy, and as much as he is self-deprecating, he's the champ.
He is the champ, and he is dropping in from start one into the spiciest, sportiest entrance. Let's see where he takes it in there. Slightly different angle, which he smoothly skis out of.
This is what I love about Christopher Turdell. He sees the angles. It's almost like he's looking at things through a different lens, and he saw the way those two would connect, and they connected so perfectly. Again, just finding the ultimate transition there, barely needing to go into his legs at all, and going for a big cross-court transfer. Again, so smooth, Anna.
This is beautiful skiing here, and he's got the big air underneath him here. What's he up to? Making it into a double backflip. Incredible. He has got some control issues in the landing, but he holds it together and straight lines it out of the face.
Backflip to butter to switch to back around to tucking. Christopher Turdell backflipping the second step of a double there. Unbelievable. I mean, just the precision, the ability to do that, the fast twitch reflexes. Oh, Christopher Turdell doing it on this face. So exciting. And another new line that we haven't seen.
I'm so happy to see you, Emma.
Is that first air which he takes on more of an angle there before ripping through the face with that cross-court air and super G turns. And this last feature where he touches down on that pad just for a second and then pulls a big backy out the front, and in the landing he back slaps and those tails like swing a little, so he gets caught up and swings around.
Almost the same landing issue that we saw with Cooper Bathgate there, where once you're bent up on the tails.
Having a really good time.
Això volia, tio, una baixada neta. El lío. Ui, sobretot aquesta aquí baix que no heu vist. Aquí baix és enorme i un planar de la vida.
No, la de darrere.
Sí, la que no es veu és la més gran de totes.
All right, dropping in Christopher Turdell's score, 68.67. So the judges definitely having an eye on that control issue out of the backflip. Hard to miss that one, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair. Usually so smooth, but even the cat-like reflexes of Christopher Turdell are not infallible.
Not quite infallible. So we head back. You can see just how rowdy the start area is. They've had to dig a bench in just so the riders have somewhere to hang out and put their skis on, and then make their way into the start pyramid for the Pic de Planes here. So right back into the start. This guy is a former Freeride World Tour champion, Isaac Freeland. Lost last season to a knee injury. Put himself kind of back in the mix, but he's definitely looking for a strong result. He was 12th in Bakira, so looking to kick things off here with a bang.
So Isaac dropping into the Nar straight out of the gate. Seems like the ski men are going to track this out. He is taking the more direct four-line approach.
Yeah, catching nice transition there, and then you can see the way Isaac skis. He's got that strong downhill leg that he just stands on, putting himself into the same spot there as Aymar, and a similar result. Isaac is another one who's just so physically strong. He's able to stomp all kinds of stuff.
Another cross-court air, and they're linking together some nice slush turns there.
Yeah, Isaac finding another one there and getting just around to the top of this multi-stage section, going way cross-court on that one and finding a sniper transition that I didn't even see. That was really, really creative and cool from Isaac Freeland. I love the way he skis. I'm really a big fan of the Isaac Freeland school of freeride, where it's kind of got that big mountain vibe, but then the tricks are in there as well. Can he hold on the bottom flat? He does.
Yeah, he definitely gives himself a really stable base by that really wide stance, which is quite helpful when you're trying to get over those really flat landings at the bottom of the face there.
Yeah, definitely. You can see some of those bomb holes. They're a little deeper on some of the features than they are on the others, and that's a product of plummeting out of the sky rather than connecting with the landing. But Isaac Freeland, he's got a smile on his face. He's going to be pleased with that so far. And the tail catch somersault in the finish area. All smiles there for Isaac.
So banking some big turns through the face. This air goes a lot further sideways than a lot of the riders have taken it. So
yeah, and I think that was a really smart play there for Isaac, going cross hill like that, because he did find transition. Definitely getting, you can see his right ski kind of bending up. That lower one is very, very flat. So judges not loving air and style and technique as much. as line, but as his fluidity, and his line score really high there as he hit a ton of features and he hit all of them well, and linking those features together is going to be the name of the game. 73 even, Isaac Freeland, putting him into 3rd place so far. So Isaac doing what he needed to do. Hopefully he's going to be able, for his sake, to hold on to somewhere near that spot as we move on. But move on we must, because we have a huge list of riders that all want to have their say on this face. And this next one, he is the brother of our first athlete, one of 3 sets of U.S. siblings on the Freeride World Tour this year. This is Jack Nichols. Jack finishing 9th with a great run and one of the moves of the day on the Bakira Barrett face, and now seeing if he can back it up. He's got the wild sort of half Lincoln loop, half flat spin move that kind of is becoming his signature on the Freeride World Tour. And I'm pretty excited to see where and if he's going to put it into this run. So Jack Nichols, straight out of the USA, dropping in to the Freeride World Tour.
Here we go, the second Nichols bro on course. Let's see where he takes it. Most of the ski men are moving through into the spiciest entrance, which is going to get bombed out. Something to be wary of for the riders deeper in the pack. But he takes it, just nicking maybe a little bit of tussock, getting a little unsettled there, but he's skiing on out with some speed.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little bit inside, now kind of making its way through these ones, picking up a bunch of speed to come at this wind lip where we saw things go haywire for Mael. Similar trajectory and almost making a triple. I'm not 100% sure if that was the exact plan that he had. And now getting way over here into this extremely, airing into it. Whoa, Jack Nichols sending the massive transfer over the entire lower section of the face. Whoa, Jack Nichols is just turning up the heat.
He has got some serious cross-court airs on today, and he's going to hold it together on this flat bottom air just fine.
Jack Nichols made that bottom air look better than anybody else has. I don't know, I mean, he's a tall guy, he's got long legs. They do say a long leg is a strong leg, so maybe the longer travel option on that feature is the move. But that was a breath-holding run for Jack Nichols there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see his line, because it seemed to go zigzag across the face quite a lot.
Yeah, so as you said, that you can see the pepper start. It's one of the better spots of transition. Almost getting sat down there, then flying off that, and then into this transfer. Look how far he carried.
And that was a serious backslap, but the strength of his legs just pulled him right back onto his skis.
Yeah, as you said, looking at the line tracker there, a little bit zigzaggy, but that's not going to affect fluidity if you are moving towards features. All right, so Jack Nichols taking over 3rd spot with a 76.67 and some serious control issue in that run. That just shows the strength of the run, that he can still sit with such a high score after those issues.
Absolutely, so there's our current standings. There's a lot to fight for on the face today, sitting at 83 as a top score.
Yeah, Navarro holding it down. Jamessa Hampton, you know, he dropped early, but he has really, truly shown a strong run. And then Jack Nichols putting himself so far into 3rd, but nothing is decided yet, as we have so many talented riders still yet to go. And this man, not least among them, he was in the battle with Christopher Turdell all last winter. It came down to Verbier to take the title. Turdell took it, but Ross Tester's got a chip on his shoulder today as things didn't go his way at the last event. So I think we're going to see some fireworks here.
Yeah, it is all to play for. And after a crash in Bakira Barrett, he's going to want to put one to his feet.
So Ross opting for that lower entrance, getting himself in, avoiding that one that's taken out a few other riders, getting the grab there, and now moving across back over to the rider's right side is Ross Tester.
Huge backy there, perfect landing. This is the Ross Tester we know.
This is the Ross Tester we know. He barely even flinched when he landed, and then a double with the tweaked grab off the lower one. This is exactly the Ross Tester. 360ing into that exposure. Ross Tester now on an absolute fire run. Where's he going to go next?
Oh, he's lining up this double as well. Another big backflip and a great landing. A little wheelie, but much better than a revert. Ross Tester will be stoked with that run. And he's not done yet coming. Oh, is he going to do the flat clip at the bottom? He did. And holds it perfectly. I feel like he pre-ollied that one from by the tree.
100% he did. He took off so much further back than everyone else, and I think that set his trajectory much better because he looked like he connected with that landing in a much smoother way than any of the other riders did. Well, minus that little wheelie, and as you said, you know, he didn't flip around to switch, so that's the bar we've got so far. Ross Tester lighting it up. We knew he was coming in hot. We knew he wanted to get it done. So Ross and Aymar sharing a moment here in the finish area. Well, look at the video, Judge. I mean, the control, they love it. His line, fluidity, air style, that 360 and his first backflip, you could not land that better.
Absolutely precision there. And this backflip lands and then gets a little backseat. Would you call that a stage 3?
Well, I'm going to leave that to the judges what stage it was, but look at that, so direct, packed with features, packed with tricks. Definitely the wheelie there for Ross, but let's see. Listen in. Oh, the judges loved it. Ross Tester back to his Ross Testerious ways with an 89.67. So that's going to be a bit of a blow to Aymar as he's moving out of the hot seat. But I have no doubt that he's going to hold on up near the top. And Ross Tester, I think Anna's safe to say, he's back in the mix.
He is back in the game. Happy to see it. So he had a crash in Vaquera Barrette and is now bumping himself into the hot seat.
Yeah, really putting himself back into the conversation for that overall, which is where he wants to be. And we head straight back up to the top to another one that I'm just on the edge of my seat for. Władek Gorak. This guy in Vaquera Barrette, he said pretty much after the first feature, he was making it up as he went. And I mean, obviously, you don't know that unless you know what he's planning on doing, but his technique, his skill, and his just raw aggression on the mountain carried him through and put him in a great spot. Władek Gorak coming 6th there. Let's see what he's got on this face. I feel like this is going to suit his style perfectly.
Yeah, Władek is always bringing the heat and high exposure lines. He's dropping into the lower entrance and making his way through.
So finding his first feature there, Władek Gorak truly into it now. And there are so many features stacking up in the fall line here. It's really interesting to see the way the riders kind of interpret them.
Another solid air there that he just smashed his way through.
Now getting up on that wind lip, he's behind the ridge, so there are some really cool options back there. It's kind of hard to track where they are from the bottom, but just making his way down the spine as Władek Gorak, I mean, if I know Władek, he's looking for something to backflip off, and I think he may have found it here, Anna.
Here it goes. Oh, nicely brought round. I think he could have done with a bit more speed into that, but he held it together beautifully.
Yeah, perfectly executed there, and a 360. So Władek, oh, but just getting pushed out of the fall line. So tough to judge your rotation on an area you've never hit before, and Władek Gorak going down on that 360.
Yeah, it almost looked like his rotation was continuing after he landed his skis, which is not what you want for a clean landing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of as I was saying, the rotation that you set on the takeoff is just what you have after, you know, there's no, with physics.
There's no button to press to make it stop.
You can't make it stop. And if you've just slightly overset it, even when you hit the ground, that rotation doesn't just disappear. And unfortunately for Władek, he did keep drifting around. I'm sure we'll get a better look at it on the replay. But Gorak not going to like that at all. So let's take a look here. He opens it up with that one and then gets right over onto his left foot, coming into this backflip jump. The rotation there perfect, and he found transition absolutely dead on. And then Anna, this 360 just not quite working out. Oh yeah, over-rotated and a little bit even on his tails there for Władek. So unfortunately, Władek Gorak gambling on that line, and it didn't quite work out with the 3. A bit of over-rotation, and he went down.
So he's got a 6th place to fall back on from Vaquera Barrette, so this might have to be his throwaway event for the season. He's got to make the next one count in order to make the cut for the FWT finals.
Yeah, Wadagorek unfortunately going down there, but we go straight back up. Carl Regner Eriksson, another one of the Ed Lee named Swedish Mafia, which I absolutely love. These guys, they ride together, they scope together, they often ski really similar lines. I think they kind of pick out what they think is going to be the money line, and then it just becomes an internal contest amongst the Swedes to see who can do it the best. And Carl Regner Eriksson has found himself on the top of that Swedish pile a number of times, and he's going to be looking to do that again in this run. He's got backflips, his flat spins are a thing of beauty, 360s on lock, plus his skiing, gorgeous. Carl is on course.
Yeah, I'd call him a real perfectionist, Carl. He's got a very smooth style, and he is dropping into the top entrance, calmly moving through that exposure, taking that more cross-court approach to that top air.
Yeah, remind you of anybody? Only one other guy hit it like that. Now Carl, though, going dead fall line right into the heart of this thing. Massive and perfect sniper landing there. So Carl on a slightly different path than we saw his good buddy Christopher Turdell, but now over into the same zone above this exposure in the bottom. Are we going to see him on the double?
You called it. They are taking the same line. Huge backy and perfect landing.
Ooh, Carl making it look easy. That was absolutely perfect. Oh, well, Carl Regner Eriksson definitely making a claim to put himself in the conversation. You can see as he passed over there where that upper takeoff where Ross took off, really well spotted from Ross Tester, but perfectly executed there for Carl. And I think he's going to be pleased with that as top to bottom. That was a very tidy run.
Very tidy, indeed. That's how I would kind of typify his landing, his style of skiing. The execution from his first stop of this tour was absolutely perfect.
All right, so as you said, Carl, the only other guy to take that angle, same as Christopher Turdell, and it looks like the landing's way smoother, although I did think he might have got hung up on some rock, and you called it earlier, Anna, that one's just going to get worse and worse as we go.
The spice is real, so bringing this backflip round with absolute surgical precision.
Yeah, and I love these lines as you see everybody fall line, and then a big left footer hook over to the extra credit at the bottom. But you got to do it. You know, you have to put those features in if you want to build a line score. And Carl Regner Eriksson, he knows how to build a line score. He's stood on many Freeride World Tour podiums. He was on the podium in the overall last year, and he wants to get back into that spot again. He had a solid finish in Bakira Barrett with a fourth, just you know, the wooden medal, one out of the medals. 78 for Carl Regner Eriksson, so that puts him into fourth spot currently. So strong finish, but not going to be a podium for Carl today. All right, well, dramatic scenes up there at the start gate. You look at that, how that thing's wired into the mountain to keep it on that precarious perch as we move on to our next rider. Current standings, Ross Tester holding it down at the top, 89.67, and Aymar Navarro and the Kiwi Jamesa Hampton rounding out the top three. Really interesting to see now, you know, a second year kind of vet, and then obviously Aymar you couldn't be more veteran. And speaking of veterans, this man, 7 seasons on the tour, but 28 years old. Those numbers don't even make sense. He's been here, feels like forever. He's still a young buck. Leo Slemet, champion's mindset. He knows how to do it.
He does, and I think he was dissatisfied with his run in the first off of this year's tour, so I think he's excited to bring something a little different today. In that top entrance, he's taking the direct fall line approach and just landing it easily.
Yeah, looking really smooth. If there's one thing that Leo does, it's he takes his training seriously. You follow him on Instagram. He's in the gym. He's doing his wind sprints. Cross court 360 over that wind lip, perfectly executed. Leo is a man who can do a 360 almost anywhere. And I think, you know, we lost him to injury last year, so some people have forgotten how good Leo actually is. Look at this double and aligning it up, bang! Perfectly executed again for Leo Slemet.
Coming into this bottom section here, he is taking the biggest section in a big backy, landing it perfectly, riding out.
Oh, come on. Leo Slemet finding the highest section to take off. We saw the other guys going into that as a double, and he just took it right off the top ropes. And now into this lower one. Hold on, Leo. He does. Leo Slemet just putting a stamp on this Pic de les Planes. I'm so happy to see Leo put down a proper Leo Slement run, because he definitely was, as you said, he was pretty frustrated. He had that backflip in the last event that got all our hearts in our throats, but that was a thing of beauty from the Chamonix.
Great stuff. And as I was looking back through some of his results, I was surprised to see here's his first air, taking it from 4 line, perfectly stomped.
One thing to me that's a trademark of Leo is his ability to land and then just get on that foot and start turning, because he's balanced. If you're not balanced, that is not possible. And then look at this.
Incredible backy.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. From so high, and you can't tell from that angle, but it's a slight negative takeoff. So Leo really having to punch his hips up and out to get that around, but absolutely no problem for the mountain goat. And he is pumped at the bottom hole and feeling, I have to assume, probably feeling pretty good about that one. Well, no banter there between Ross and Leo in the finish area. Just nervous moments while the judges get to work. So you can see they're just ticking those boxes. All of the criteria are going to come into play.
It's better than I was expecting, at least. Kind of hard to put yourself into it. From the top, it's so tricky. Yeah.
All right, well, 82.33 for Leo Slement, so giving himself a shot at the podium with that run. That's a solid, solid keeper so far for Leo.
Definitely, and we heard him say that top entrance is tricky, and I think it's going to get trickier as we get more skiers through.
I agree. The traffic through there, more and more and more rocks exposed. And of course, the sun is on the face, so that's not doing it any favors. As soon as you get a rock exposed, it starts to heat up, and then the melting really just accelerates. So this is an interesting one. A local wildcard, Joan Arcalis. He lives right here. He's a recently graduated junior qualifier rider. Talking to the video judge, Danny Furnell-Pratt, who's working in the judges' tent this year for the first time instead of competing on the face, he said this young man, is one to watch out for. He's super smooth, he's got a ton of style, and he's Andorran. So of course, those who made the hike up at the bottom are going to be behind this kid 100%.
Looking forward to seeing a local take on the face. Maybe he's been here before, maybe he knows it like the back of his hand. He's dropping into the high, spicy entrance, taking the 4-line approach. Beautifully landed.
Yeah, handling that like a veteran. So clearly this guy knows what he's up to, taking the low point on that and landing just beyond the rock. So again, really precise. Definitely enjoying so far Joan Arcalis' take on this face, and a humongous backflip, but way short and coming up onto the rocks. Joan Arcalis sliding now. Oh, that was a tough one for Joan.
Yeah, so he set that back off the wind lip. We're just going to wait for some ski dudes to get to him. There's one very close by.
Yeah, we've got a collection, 8 ski dudes, 3 patrollers, a doctor at the top and the bottom, as well as multiple mountain guides on the face. So the safety team is absolutely on point here, and we're going to have them down to Joan Arcalis immediately to check and make sure that he's doing all right. That was definitely a tough one. Just quite short on the flip, and then unfortunately getting bounced down the rest of the face. So hopefully the young Andorran rider is going to be all right. As you can see, the doctors and ski patrollers making their way down to check on him.
So the ski dudes are with him now, checking in.
So the young Andorran rider, as said by Danny Furnell-Pratt, he is a local. He knows his way around here. Also, you got to kind of, I guess, recognize the headspace, as we saw with Max Palm. If you're an event wildcard, you are you're in a position where you really want to make a show of it. You want to give yourself the best chance to stand out. So definitely putting it all on the line excuse me, just let the heli go by there. As a rider, really just wanting to kind of show your absolute best in front of the world when you get the opportunity to.
Yeah, I agree in some respects, but in other respects, maybe you can also have a good time because you potentially don't have the whole tour to play for. What happened with Max Palm was reasonably unprecedented. He had
That is very true.
a wild card for the Baccara Barrette event and impressed everyone so much that that he got wildcarded onto the whole tour. So, I mean, I guess every wildcard going on from now was going to hope for that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder. That's a great point. I do wonder if Max has kind of almost changed the perception now for event wildcards. Is like, well, now you got to win.
Yeah, I thought I was here for a good time, but maybe it's all to play for.
So we saw the young Andorran rider going down up there. We've got the medical team, as we said, multiple ski patrollers, doctors, and ski guides on the face who are all in position to help if we have injuries amongst the riders. You can see the Andorran Pyrenees here as the backdrop to today's Freeride World Tour stop number 2. Ordino Arcalis' place has been basically, it feels like on tour forever. I was just chatting to Nicholas Hale-Woods, the CEO of Freeride World Tour, and he was telling me this is the 8th year that we've been here. Within that time, the Freeride World Tour has competed on 6 different faces in 8 years. I can't think of another resort that has 6 Freeride World Tour level venues within their boundaries.
For sure. This is my first time here in Andorra, and I've certainly been absolutely gaped as I look around the resort and I see the wealth of options that they have. So it's been great to see it with my own eyes, and I definitely am impressed so far with the face that they have chosen for today's event.
Yeah, definitely giving the riders the opportunity to paint the canvas in the way they see fit, the way they want to. And right now, just waiting for news on the young Andorran freerider Joan Aracil going down on a backflip attempt on the face. We've got the medical team with him and checking in on him. We'll keep you posted as information comes through. But the medical team is the best in the business up here, so they are giving him the best possible care that a rider can receive on the side of a mountain.
Definitely. If you're going to hurt yourself, doing it here is a safe place. And the riders have been, very mindful of the takeoffs while they're scoping lines. Some of them are back a little bit, so they're making sure they pre-ollie where they need to and find that transition.
Yeah, and we keep talking about this, or I keep talking about this because I'm just in awe of it. But the ability of these riders to scope a line on a face that they have never stood on, that they have never skied on, and then put down the runs that they do. That transition from looking from, whether it's from the bottom or the side, and the ones that really do their homework and hit it from every angle, they're willing to go for pretty long hikes to see it from different angles. It's just such an incredible skill, and I think the maybe one of the more underrated skills. We give so much credit to the riding skills of these athletes, but the scoping skills, it's incredible. And you've been through it a ton, through the qualifiers.
Yeah, I think it develops with time. So I think you kind of layer it and you understand it more as you get some maturity as a freeride skier. And I'm sure this local rider is a great scoper. But it's also great to see from some of the veterans like Raina and Leo, and Manu Mandel also really does her homework. She's always hiking up to funny places and planning her line in so much detail.
Yeah, it is truly. It's a skill that I'm in awe of, and it's one that translates. And I think it's why you see a lot of these Freeride World Tour athletes go on to really successful film careers, because it's exactly the same skill required for filming ski and snowboard movies as it is for competing, where you have to look at it, and then you can't go stand on your takeoff because that's going to leave an ugly track on the face that you're trying to film and make look beautiful. So it's something that they practice a ton. And it's been actually a really interesting transition, especially in the Region 2 North American side, in the juniors. When the juniors come over for the Freeride Junior World Championships, it's, for most of them, the first time they've ever done visual inspection, which is kind of wild to think of. The European Region 1 riders do it all the way through juniors, and so they have that kind of skill on lock. And so for the North Americans, for the Region 2 kids to come and just give it a crack at what many of them feel is the biggest event of their lives, it's pretty interesting, pretty exciting, and definitely something that you need to practice.
Definitely, and everything looks different from the top as well. Like you typically have a lot of convexities up there, so some of the line below you is going to be hidden. So the trick is to really use the full valley that's available to you. So you'll be lining up a feature on the opposing side of the valley and saying, I'm going to turn left here, air by this tree, make sure I get that flat landing at the bottom.
Well, take notes, kids. Anna Smoothie is taking you to school right now. That's how you do it. The landmarking, one of the most critical things to all of it, and we see it with our veterans and maybe impressively with some of the rookies, their ability to do that. So good stuff out of the riders, and definitely, yeah, as I said, just a skill that I'm totally in awe of. On top of their riding skills, I mean, that is also just incredible. I had the opportunity to go out yesterday, rally around Ordino Arcalis with a huge posse of World Tour riders, and sometimes you forget because you have dinner with them and hang out and scope lines and stuff, and then you ride with them and you're like, oh, right, these are...
Here is our Andorran friend being seen to by the medical team. He's sitting up and he's moving around and communicating with the team, which is really encouraging.
Yeah, that's good to see. I'm glad to see him sitting up, and you can see he's talking with them, and he's got his hand on his pole. So definitely good to see young Joan Aracil responsive there and sitting up and in a position. Obviously, that's a tough spot, and that was a heavy, heavy slam that he took, coming up short while he was upside down on the backflip. But as we said, we've got the best team that is possible to put together on the mountains. A couple of doctors, multiple ski patrollers, plus the ski guides who are trained in an ultra high level of first aid. So really good to see them taking care of young Joan, and hopefully, you know, good to see him. He's moving around, which is, as you said, Anna, that's super encouraging.
Nice. We're wishing all the best to him, and probably his family are watching with their hearts in their mouths, and we're thinking of you too.
So we'll be coming back to ski action, but first, obviously, we have to take care of the riders as they are. So Joan Aracil, we're going to get the team with him, and they're going to figure out what that looks like to get him out, whether he's skiing out or whether they're going to get him out on a toboggan or something. But happy to see him moving around on the face. It's a consequential sport, this one, and I think sometimes it's important to recognize that what these riders are doing. Sometimes it feels like I'm watching a cartoon or a video game, the things that they do, but the precision and the level of skill and all that they have is just so incredible that it almost sometimes you can become desensitized to it, to how impressive and how kind of skilled they truly are.
Absolutely. So
all right, we're going to check in the finish area with our current leader, Ross Tester. Ross, great to see you put down a more Ross Tester style run after snagging on the rocks in the last one. A lot going on in that run.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to throw a few tricks and just really have fun with it, and usually if I do it that way, it works out, so happy to be in the seat here.
is it comfortable?
Yeah, happy to be sitting in a nice warm seat, not in the snow.
So Ross, we want to kind of chat about your run. There were a couple things that stood out to me. Obviously, you chose to go the low entrance into the zone. You didn't go through that other high one that was getting chewed. What kind of went into that for you?
I had planned to throw a 360 through the rocks out the bottom of that chute, but it turned out to be a lot smaller than I thought. So I just opted for the straight air and decided I'd try and make up for it with the rest of my run.
Yeah, and talk us through this one.
The backy, yeah, I had been planning to hit that, and I was looking at it from the top, and I thought maybe it wouldn't go, but I came into it, and the lip was there, so went for it.
Nice juicy lip, and then the 360 over the exposure, really backing yourself on that. And then tell us about this, because the way you hit this was just so perfect. Almost looked like you were going to wheelie out of it, but then pulled it off.
Yeah, the wheelie was funny. It was almost like I was out of control, but at no point I wasn't feeling like I was out of control. And it was an interesting takeoff too. I almost went forward off of the rock going into it, so I'm happy it worked out the way it did.
And tell me about the bottom air, Ross. That looked kind of flat, but you just seemed to land it easy.
Yeah, I had some concerns about that one, but I figured it wasn't too big, so definitely just 4-point stomp, and you're all good from there.
Well, you probably haven't seen the earlier runners, but you were the only one to take it from that setback takeoff, and from our seats, it looked like it was a much smoother landing than a lot of the other riders who took it right to the end.
Yeah, I think the trajectory maybe lined up a little bit better rather than just plopping straight into the flat landing.
And have you got anything to say to all the friends and fam at home?
Thank you for all the support. Looking forward to skiing with all the buddies back home. And yeah, thank you to all my sponsors, Vocal, BCA, Marker, Dalbello.
Right on.
Too many to name. Tahoe Sports Hub, shout out to all of them.
Cool.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Ross. Great to hear about your run and great to see it.
Yeah.
Well, I love to see the big grin on Ross Tester's face down there, you know, after the last one, because it wasn't a mistake that took him out. He just got caught up on a takeoff with some rock. And if any of you guys follow him on social media, the tip of his ski looked like it had been bitten by a shark, like a literal shark. It was completely caved in, so right into a rock with his tip, or onto a rock with his tip, which caught him up and then took him out really almost before it got going. So just so excited to see Ross Tester kind of back to what we grew to expect from him at the beginning of last year. I think it was one of those ones where a lot of the Region 2 riders and fans knew Ross, both from juniors and qualifiers, but the Region 1 riders had not heard of him, didn't know what he had in his pocket, and then out of the gate last year, first event, was like, oh, this guy's here to play.
Who is this guy? Yeah, an incredible rookie season for Ross Tester in 2021. So stoked to see him back on that trajectory. Who have we got left coming up in ski men?
Well, the next rider out of the gate is going to be Abel Moga, the Spanish rider who put himself on the podium. He's brand new to the Freeride World Tour. He was a local to Bacura Barrett, and he absolutely slayed his first run on the Freeride World Tour. So let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that event.
Hey Siri, skip this song.
You got this shit.
Of GoPro shots there from that last event is just, it keeps, every time I see it, I can't even believe what I saw. There's a few moments, Cody Bramwell's channel gap transfer, whatever you want to call it, where he kind of is just ticking his board, you know, he's just trying to stay balanced. I called it a triple shifty, and he didn't back that one, but I thought it was funny, so it was worth it. But so many of those moments, and Maëlle Olivier's just gigantic send at the bottom. I watch it and I'm like, what? Like, it's just such an insane collection of highlights, and every one of them had one. It's so cool that the you know, all those riders have all those moments captured while they're riding.
Definitely, such an asset to the tour, the GoPro, the humble GoPro showing you the bird's eye view.
Speaking of bird's eye view, this guy holding it down in the hot seat. Ross Tester right now with the high water mark in the ski men's field. Aymar Navarro sitting in second, and Jamessa Hampton holding it down in third. As you said at the beginning, he needed some redemption, and he's certainly put himself into a good spot to earn that. Regardless of what happens in the rest of the field, he's still in a strong position. So really happy to see all of that, and all of these riders, you know, they're band together. As we've said many times, the Freeride family is family first and competitors second.
Absolutely. They are competitors, but co-competitors might be a nicer term, because they certainly help each other pick their lines and try and scope takeoffs and landings, so they keep each other safe. You kind of need your friends out there in these big mountains.
That's for sure, yeah. I mean, they are briefly competitors while they're riding, but the rest of the time, I mean, they're ski partners and ski buddies, and like you said, the necessity of good partners in the mountains is just critical, and the people that we have on the tour, the riders, are the best. I mean, while they're very experienced at free riding, the safety side that goes along with that, the avalanche training and all that, is just critical. All right, so we're just getting word that we're going to have another look at Aymar Navarro's run, which to me was just so satisfying. It was like a feel-good moment to see Aymar Navarro top to bottom, so sendy, hitting a couple big airs and just stomping everything so clean. Aymar Navarro putting himself in the podium conversation. Aymar Navarro dropping it.
On course from start one. And if we know Aymar, we know he's going straight into the heart of it. So he is making his way through this high exposure entrance and taking in some speed, riding out clean.
Yeah, kind of landing right in that path that Cooper pioneered, but looking like maybe the tails of his skis are a touch stiffer, stomping there. So this is vintage Navarro. He barely even bends his legs when he lands. He's just so powerful. And another big stomp.
Incredible, ripping his way through the center of the face. He's already building up a lot of solid air time there.
Yeah, so line score is a huge part of any rider's run. Now Aymar coming at full speed off the nose. He's got a cone to clear. He gets it. Aymar Navarro making the ground shake with that landing. That was absolutely spectacular. Is he going to be able to get up for this fatty to flatty off the bottom? Actually taking a smart approach there, not going too deep. Strong run for Navarro.
He is pumped to have put that one to his feet, and he seemed to take it all in his stride. Like, those were some seriously big airs and some reasonably flat landings that he just ate up with those enormous quadriceps.
Oh, that is a fantastic run for Aymar Navarro, and you can see the just adrenaline pumping and the stoke just waving off him. He's so happy to have put that down. Look at this, absolutely no problem. This is where he is the most at home.
Beautiful.
Well, such an exciting run for Aymar Navarro, and really redemption for him after Bakira Barrett. Bakira, what he attempted to put down there would have been a game changer, but it is in, you know, the way these things work with riders at this caliber. When you're trying to change the game, it doesn't always go your way. So we're excited to see Aymar put it out there and put it on the line, but definitely really happy to see him put down a banging run there. You can see the riders are all just chilling, kind of relaxing as we have this break while the medical team sorts out the extraction of Joan Arcalis. He was up and moving and responsive, so really good to see that. Maxim Chable, he is as comfortable on the beach as he is in the mountains. Now we can see here live, this is Joan Arcalis. He's going to be long lined out on the stretcher, and then the guides and doctors having taken the best care of him. So good to see, well, it's not good to see, but we're happy to see him being taken care of and getting to medical attention as fast as possible. As the young Andorran rider, our best wishes there. You can see Ross Tester just sending him some positive vibes as he makes his way into the medical helicopter, and we'll get him to medical care ASAP. And as soon as we know what's going on there with Joanne, we will share that with you from the medical team and everything. You can see Victor Delarue and the whole French team there, Camille Armand. They're just kind of waiting, sitting on the beach down there as we enjoy the beautiful Andorran sunshine. It is an absolutely perfect day for a freeride competition here on the Pic de les Planes, a brand new face on the Freeride World Tour. Veterans, rookies, nobody's got the advantage here. And we saw Anna in Bakira Barrett on a new face. The rookies were the ones that shone, and I wonder if not having experience on a face takes away one of the veterans' advantages that they typically have on this tour. All right, so this massive Pic de les Planes face, the backdrop for stop number 2 on the Freeride World Tour. We come to Andorra every year, 8 years in a row. This is actually the 11th Freeride World Tour competition because we've had a couple of restages from other events that we've done here because there are so many faces on offer, so many potential ways it can go. So Andorra, I mean, the people here are just absolutely glorious. They're so gracious, hosting the Freeride Tour year after year. The skiers just mob the tour athletes when they're out on the slopes. They love to see it, and you know, even the lifties, everybody's just so happy to see the competition here, and it's absolutely lovely to be a part of it.
Definitely, we're feeling the warm welcome from the Andorran crowd on our free skiing adventures around Andorra. Ordino Arcalis. We're just getting ready to get our Andorran friend to some good medical care.
Yeah, and of course then we're going to have to reposition the doctors and the ski patrollers and the guides and get everybody back into their spots for the safety and security of the face and of the rest of the riders. So definitely, it's a bit of a process, and we appreciate your patience and sticking through, but we are looking to provide the best possible care for the athletes on the face today. And so if it takes a minute to get everybody back into position, then that's what we're going to do, and we're going to make sure that all things are ready to go before we drop another athlete. So these kinds of breaks, I mean, we see them in freeride competition occasionally. Anna, what does it do to an athlete's headspace if you're the next guy in the gate and then there's a long break like this, whether it's for weather or it's for an injury like this? It's certainly got to play into or be a factor.
Injury is certainly the worst scenario for the riders at the top because obviously they're worried about their co-competitor first and foremost, but they're also worrying about their own lines and whether where the person crashed is on their own line, and does it mean that, you know, this feature doesn't go, or if there's a rock in the landing or the takeoff. So that definitely messes with you a lot. If you're on a weather hold, that's typically because it's bad weather and it's very cold. So it can be difficult to keep yourself at an optimal level of excitement, because you want the nerves, you want to be warm, and you want to be excited, and you don't want to be standing there and losing that excitement, because that can give you the competitive edge.
Yeah, so bringing yourself up through your routine to be ready to go, and then having to kind of almost redo the whole routine, the process. Yeah, definitely a challenging on the mental side of things to make that happen and to get yourself into a headspace after a long break, as you said, whatever it's for, but certainly an injured competitor, an injured friend, or co-competitor is probably the worst case scenario for headspace, because, as you said, it can play into so many factors. Does my line work, or just are you more scared? So many things there that can play into a rider's mindset.
Absolutely.
See Jacqueline Pollard just finding her happy place up there as we wait out the break. Jacqueline, one of the more I'd say happy, just generally just happy vibe riders on the tour. If you're down, go see Jacqueline, and she'll make you feel better. She'll make you feel happy and stoke you out. She's always got something positive to say, and pretty hilarious too, 99% of the time. So definitely enjoying the sibling vibe here on the Region 2 riders. You know, we've got the Mollers, Blake and Griffin, Jacqueline and Andrew Pollard, and then the Nichols brothers all here at the same time. Something in the water over there in North America. We've had both the Pfeiffers, Tom and Liam Pfeiffer, on tour at the same time as well. And shout out to Cooper Bathgate's twin brother, Jackson Bathgate, who's trying to make his way here. Yeah, it's wild. It seems like it's a bit of a family affair, Freeride over there.
Freeride dynasties, indeed. I think it's a thing all over the planet, and it really starts with what Max Palm said. It's about rad moms and cool dads, and teaching your kids the love of the mountains from an early age is how that kind of Freeride family comes to be.
Yeah, definitely. Big shout out to all the Freeride parents out there who are watching, either watching your own kids or watching your friends' kids, or just watching because this is something that you enjoy watching. Definitely, it's a big part, a huge part. The parents, you know, especially on the junior side, driving their kids to events, taking off work, making sure the kids have the right equipment, and they've got the hand warmers and mittens, and they're, you know, all bundled up and ready to go. And then watching with your heart in your mouth as your kids just put it on the line. And you know, you have to trust in the skill and trust in the passion that the riders have. So I'm staying. All right, well, we've got a special guest here in the booth just to kind of keep us in the loop to what's going on. Nicholas Hale Woods, the founder and CEO of the Freeride World Tour. Welcome, Nicholas. Thank you, David. All right, so I just want to check in with you about where we're at with Joanne and kind of the safety protocols and what we're kind of going through, where we're at.
Okay, so very quickly after Johan fell, a doctor was with him. And I've just spoken to this doctor who told me that Johan felt unconscious for a couple of seconds and then came back to his conscience, and he's got some trauma and will be airlifted to the hospital, which is a 5-minute flight from here, for scans and further exams.
Okay, and so it was good to see, we could see on the camera angle that he was sitting up and he was responsive, so good to see that he's conscious now and able to communicate with the doctors?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the safety protocols that go into these events, because it's pretty in depth. You know, I had the list here of the number of ski dudes and the doctors and the patrollers, but kind of what goes into the planning for the safety side of one of these Freeride World Tour competitions?
Well, the goal is to reach an injured rider as fast as possible. So the first two skiers you saw skiing down there were going to Johan, were a doctor who works with the mountain security in Chamonix. That's his daily job. He's a good skier, and he is used to deal with serious accidents. And the guy with him is a mountain guide with the first response, first aid education. Then after that, we've got a helicopter, another helicopter bringing gear if needed, and then they stabilize an injured rider and they bring him to the nearest hospital. So typically on that phase, when we were scoping and thinking of the lines, the main question in terms of rescue was, where do we position the doctor and his assistant to reach an injured rider as soon as possible, because those seconds can make a difference, and the riders need to know and feel confident about our protocol and our system.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw the system in action there. As you said, the first responder was on to Johan almost immediately, and it was good to see. And then I love the combination of doctors, ski patrollers, ski guides. It's kind of a really diverse set of skills, and everybody's going to be able to manage, if they're the first on scene, to kind of give that aid as it's needed.
Yes. With the type of skiing that these guys are doing, we can have serious accidents. Fortunately, we don't have them often. Most of the runs are well prepared and well delivered. But this is a sport where serious accidents can happen, and as an organizer, we must be ready to optimize rescue.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems like we're in a good position now. We have to reposition the doctors and the patrollers and the guides and get them back into where they were, so that the safety protocol can be reset. I'd like to ask you about the selection of a new face. This Pic de la Planis is a new one. When you guys are choosing the faces, what are the things that you're looking for in terms of optimizing that plan, but also giving the riders the best shot at exciting riding, but also safe riding?
Yeah, it's a sensitive mix of, as you're saying, exciting riding with multiple lines, good features where they can have fun, and then sometimes we close non-fall zones or features that are too big or too dangerous. So this is the case on this mountain very clearly. And then the riders choose their lines according to what's open and what's not. And then there's also the whole avalanche aspect, which is doesn't come in line this year on this phase, as we are in spring snow, and avalanche danger is close to zero. But we also need to be able to put the doctors and the whole rescue crew in positions where we feel comfortable they'll be able to react fast. So there's multiple factors, and we discuss and make the decision when we, one, have talked to the riders, and Pro Freeriders Board members came here a couple of days because we needed their take on it. And then we have Lolo, Commissioner, the judges also giving their feeling, and then we discuss it with the safety responsible, so that when we have 3 green lights, then we give a go.
Right. So all those boxes need to be ticked for something to actually come into play as a Freeride World Tour venue. And for those of you watching at home, you may have wondered why that big pyramid start gate isn't up on the summit. And I think that you spoke to that directly. That gigantic cliff up there with the convex rollover, that's just like an unacceptable risk for the riders to have to take in a competition run.
Exactly. And there's usually a consensus on where a start gate should be placed and which areas should be closed. But as you said, when it's a new venue, you discover it, and by definition, you don't know it very well at first. And it's experience and events that make us more and more efficient.
Yeah, so it must be really stressful for you guys as you're coming into this. And you've seen it, you've got the vision of it, but then having to kind of find all of those factors and tick those boxes. Was there anything on this face that was more or less difficult than other venue selections?
Well, clearly, the fact that we're running the event in spring condition makes it much more complex in terms of the snow texture, because we need to wait for the snow to melt enough so that there is a good grip and it's fun to ride, but not wait too much, because then it could become too soft and difficult to ride. So how does the snow melt? It melts depending on the solar effect on it. So if there are clouds, this affects the melting pace. And then there's also the wind, which is something which is super difficult to predict for weather forecasters. So this is typically the two questions that have been in our regular two times a day conversations with the weather forecast to define the good day. And yesterday could have been a day, but there was too much wind. And in the morning, on this southeast face, the sun was a bit hidden behind some clouds. So their prediction was right for today. It has melted, and the snow conditions are good and will remain good for a couple of hours, because we need 3.5 hours to run an event like this, and we need to consider from the first skier to the last.
Sure.
So it's an interesting equation that we have to solve there.
Yeah, and solving that, as you said, across such a broad time span where it needs to be contestable for the first of the ski men, but also still be good for the last of the snowboard women 3.5 hours later. It's definitely a pretty tight bracket to try to estimate or guesstimate, I guess, and then hope. But yeah, you talked a little bit about the wind. We were skiing yesterday in the resort, and it didn't soften at all. So it feels like, in hindsight, good call not to run on Saturday.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious, and we defined 11 o'clock this morning as a starting time. Had the snow not melted enough, we would have waited, just like surfing organizers wait when the tide is too low or too high, or when the swell is not there, or when the wind is wrong. We are dealing with nature, and we need to adapt. And that's one of the beauties of our sport.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating to be in the scene here, behind the scene, and just seeing the level of flexibility required to execute these events. You know, it's why we built a weather window, why it's not just put on, it will be on this Saturday and you set the schedule in September and stick to it. And even sometimes the weather window, if it's 9 days, is not always favorable. I mean, 9 days in the mountains can be just one storm cycle, or one high pressure system that just never delivers what you need.
Yes, that's also the other aspect is obviously we're dealing with a snowpack and with weather on D-Day, and even weather on the days prior to the event, which affects the snowpack. So I would say that I don't have the statistics dialed perfectly, but I would say that 9 times out of 10 we manage to organize an event within that period. But if we don't reach that level of snow conditions and weather, and we are under the limit in terms of safety and of fun for the riders, then we decide not to hold the event, and then we try to run it at the next stop, within the next stop's window, where if we have an occasion, we run 2 events on 2 separate days. So that happened probably 5-6 times in the 25 past years of events organized.
So if knocking out one event in a weather window isn't hard enough, when you head off to the next event with one that didn't quite make it, then you have to do 2. What does that do to your stress levels?
Oh, we obviously have to deal with the stress level, but When you work in events organization, it's either you like that stress, or if you don't, you should do another job.
You're in the wrong job.
And last year, for example, here in Ordino Arcalis, we ran 2 events in the window because we couldn't go to Japan, and it worked. And that's one of the beauties of this area. It's got many different venues. This is the 6th we're using in 8 years. That shows the variety of this area.
Yeah, the terrain variety. I mean, that stat when you told me that earlier just blew me away. We've been here 8 times, 6 different competition faces, all Freeride World Tour worthy and all so different from each other. Yeah, the diversity. And then, as you said earlier, 11 different competitions here in Andorra. So that kind of speaks to what you were talking about before, where something didn't work out and then we had to restage something here. And almost in the scope of the Freeride World Tour, it feels like this might be the best place to do that just because of that terrain variety.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why we decided to come to Andorra and to Ordino Arcalis to run those events. We've got now a better experience, and that helps.
Perfect. Well, we're just waiting for the word that everybody is back into position who needs to be in position to get going again here for a Freeride World Tour stop number 2 in Ordino Arcalis. All sending our best wishes to young Johan. He's definitely in good hands, headed off, as you said, a 5-minute flight to the hospital, so that's good news. Nicholas, thank you so much for joining us and kind of getting us caught up with where we're at with the safety protocols and what's going on specifically with Johan.
Thank you, Derek.
Tutto bene, però sento un po'.
Chaud pour vous. On va attendre peut-être.
Well, we are halfway approximately through the ski men's field here in Ordino Arcalis in Andorra. Joan Aracil has been airlifted to the hospital, and they're going to run some tests on him and just make sure that all things are good with him. But we are heading back up to the start gate to kick things back off again. And got to be some nervous moments from the riders up top right now.
Definitely, but they're seasoned professionals, and I think they're ready for it. I'm excited to see Abel Moga back up his debut on tour with another absolute steamer.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, they're seasoned veterans, and then we go straight to a rookie. But I feel like Abel Moga is a bit of a veteran. He's been competing since he was a junior. I met him multiple times at the Junior Freeride World Championships, and every time he impressed me with his skiing, and then he backed it up with his opening run on the Freeride World Tour at home in Bakira Barrett with a second, and he's ready to do it again. He is hyping up the crowd. Abel Moga is on course.
Dropping into start one, he is taking the high entry in through the exposure. Some more rocks peeking through there, but he's cleaning it up and taking the more four-line approach.
Yeah, good to see Abel there. You can see him, the way he landed. This guy studies under the wing of Aymar Navarro, and he's got a very similar ski style, but he's a little bit taller. But man, Abel Moga, so strong. Is he going to be able to make the step up? So many riders wondered about that during inspection time, and it was a big question mark. Well, Abel Moga just answered it with authority. The step up goes.
It does indeed, and he is working his way down the ridge trying to find his next entry point over a little cliff. He brings a wild leg back under his body, and he is skiing out strong.
Yeah, as you said, this is seasoned veteran skiing from a young rookie rider. Same big punt as Aymar Navarro, getting a little bit backseat, definitely a slight backslap there. That's a tricky one. It's definitely not steep in that landing, and Abel, even with those long legs, not quite able to hold on. The early takeoff that we saw from Ross Tester, that one plays beautifully.
It's all about the early takeoff with that last hit, and he is riding through. It's great to see him put a sick run down.
Yeah, that one's going to be good for everyone, just to bring the vibe up and make sure that we all know that freeriding is still a viable thing. And look at Navarro, he's so pumped for his young apprentice.
There's a lot of love there. Absolutely enormous gap there. He really only just made it. I think a little more speed would do well there. And you can see that he caught a bottom of a rock there in that middle feature that almost came unstuck, but he had it.
Yeah, nice grab on that one. Definitely taking the landing hard and that early takeoff. So that step up, the elevation gain there is huge. They go way up. So exciting to see that work out for Abel. All right, score coming in for Abel Moga, 71.33. So definitely not what he was hoping for. You can see the body language. Definitely probably a little bit of a control issue there that they're going to call for Abel. But you know, that's the way it works in judge sports sometimes.
Absolutely, and we're looking up to start two, where we're having our first competitor of the day drop in from this side of the face. As mentioned, you've got to continue down the couloir and avoid this big monster in the middle of the face.
Yeah, that is closed, and closed for good reason. We don't want anybody getting tangled up in that thing. So Craig Murray, the Kiwi, we lost him on tour last year because of COVID travel restrictions for the Kiwis. It was very difficult for them to move around the world. He came back, he hadn't competed in over a year, and he landed himself on the podium, and it pretty much looked like vintage Craig Murray. Chatting to him, he said he has a totally new mindset. He's just doing this for fun. He wants to have a good time with his friends. Competition is just one small piece of it, and I love that mindset.
It's always good to see Craig Murray have a good time. He's got the most beautiful turns and a lot of freestyle maneuvers to boot. Coming unstuck on that 360, over-rotated a little bit, but he's back on his feet and...
Yeah, putting himself back on his feet. Definitely a heart-in-the-throat moment there as Craig just a little bit off on his axis, getting his feet under him. You saw him able to put the feet back under him and continue the run as Craig Murray now carrying on with this run. Catching off the side of that one and just over the rocks. So Craig Murray, he had that I'd say, significant control issue, but not letting himself really slow down. Look at that arc. Oh, that is a thing of beauty.
He's taking some serious speed into this bottom feature and comes tumbling down.
Backflipping that one, I think it looked like he caught his tips. We'll have to catch the replay. So Craig immediately up and moving. He's just going to have to either head back up. I don't know how far uphill his ski is from him, but Craig looking a bit dejected after that. You can see the snow is definitely getting pretty soft, so it's quite forgiving, which is lucky considering that needed some forgiveness.
For sure, the field needs to remember that we've had a little, good half an hour on hold, and the snow conditions are changing, which might mean that landings are a little punchier as takeoffs. So some of these takeoffs need a good pre-ollie, but you've got to be mindful of punching through that slush.
Yeah, so that's a tough one to swallow for Craig Murray, as he had that issue up top and then went for one of the biggest moves of the day. You can see where the bomb hole where Aymar Navarro and Abel Moga landed. Let's take a look here at the replay. Over-rotated there, Anna.
Yeah, I don't think he was going for the 5. I think it was an over-rotation. Big backflip. And, I mean, he got his skis under his feet. I'm not sure if he...
Yeah, I think I was wrong that he was short. I think that just the angle of the landing wasn't as steep as he was hoping for, and coming out of a flip, he was a little bit compressed and just not able to stand it up.
Yeah, there's a lot that needs to come together for a good backflip, and today was not the day for Craig Murray's.
Yeah, not on that feature anyway, but wow. I mean, you just look at the distance of the size. Craig is a full-grown adult man, and he looks like an ant next to that cliff that he just backflipped off. So props for the effort and for the vision, but not quite coming together on that one for Craig Murray. So not going to be his day. That'll be a no score. So not backing up the podium for Craig, which does a few things. First of all, it's going to be a bit of a drop in the rankings for him, but that does crack open the door for some other riders to move around who are situated, near or below that cut line.
Absolutely. So we've got 3 events in which to secure 2 good scores so that you can make it through the cut into the FWT finals. He's getting a hug there from the flying Fijian, Jamesa Hampton, and he's got a no score for Craig Murray today.
Well, back up we go to start number 1, and the next rider in the gate is going to have a bone to pick, as he did not put down his dream run. Raina Barkared, the mayor of Stomptown, one of the strongest men on the planet, and coming up short on a backflip in the last event. Raina Barkared, 39 years old and still mixing it up. There's a 20-year age difference between him and Max Palm.
Outrageous. I wonder if we're going to see something more of a traditional big mountain line from Raina today. He's certainly kicking things off with the Swedish entrance through the spicy Nar, and he's looking speedy.
Yeah, going cross-fall line there, catching the transition exactly right now through this slightly sag takeoff. Oh, Raina's short and landing on a rock. Unfortunately, you can see the rock he exposed in that bomb hole. He just didn't go far enough. Looks like he snapped his pole. Raina, well known for 4-point landings, and if you put a 4-pointer down on a rock, well, first of all, I pity the rock, but unfortunately his skis kind of came to a stop, and that was it for Raina Barkared. That's a heartbreaker to see, because that run was looking strong.
Yeah, heartbreaker on the heart-shaped cliff. Sometimes it doesn't pay to be the last person of the Swedish mafia to take that line, because your compatriots have uncovered a few rocks in the landings.
That's a tough one for Raina Barkared. Somewhere out there, he just knocked. We'll see if we can catch up with what he says. So that was just textbook Barkared there. Absolutely clean fluid onto the other foot, and then right into that takeoff.
Skims that rock and comes unstuck.
Yeah, just pushed him out of balance, unfortunately.
That's how you do it. You take more speed and commit and don't miss your takeoff.
There you have it.
Too bad, it was fun snow. Really bad.
It's pretty ripping.
Sorry?
I bet it's pretty ripping.
Yeah. That would have been a lot of fun. Oh, that's a bummer. That's not a mistake I do very often.
You came up short, is that?
I clipped the rock like mid-air.
Oh no.
And started going a little forward. For a second, I was like, maybe. But no.
That was like me in the last one. Just like,
yeah.
Oh, I might have it.
It usually works out.
I know.
No, I just came to a little different spot and was like, this will be fine. I just needed to be a little to the side.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, good one. See if I get my pole back eventually.
So the score dropping there for Rainer Barker at 28-3-3. Just fascinating listening to him and Ross chatting there, telling the tale. You know, as he said, it's not a mistake he makes very often. You don't see Rainer Barker at short things, but unfortunately that one, the consequence of shorting it was basically the end of his run.
Absolutely, but at least he had some very fun slush turns on his way down.
Yeah, you could see he was almost more bummed not to get to ski the rest of his line. But we had straight back up A-Paul, Andrew Pollard out of Alta, Utah, one of the smoothest men on the tour, and holding the torch for Drew Tapke, which is something that we all love to see. Andrew Pollard on course.
This entrance is definitely getting rockier and rockier with each rider. He's taking the Swedish entrance through the Naar and riding out smoothly as A-Paul is known for, lining up his next air. Beautiful little shifty grab there and looking really smooth coming into the heart. And he takes it cross court from the wind lip with a nice 360.
Absolute textbook A-Paul 360, and this is now textbook A-Paul skiing, getting that transfer gap across these takeoffs, the ones that are kind of across the hill off of Windrift, 360ing into that pocket at the lower section. Beautiful run for Andrew Pollard, just top to bottom, so crisp, so clean. Now he's heading in on a slightly lower line, but he's easily going to be able to stand on that left leg. And of course, he saw the setback takeoff. A-Paul misses nothing. Gorgeous run for Andrew Pollard.
That was silky smooth. I'm so happy for him to put that run together for the fans.
Well, he has many, many fans. The Alta crew love him. You can see he's happy. He's not a big claimer, but Andrew Pollard definitely pleased with himself on that one. The only non-Swede to take the Swedish entrance in the Naar, and you knew if another guy was going to find it to be him because it's the smoothest way in by far.
Absolutely. You got to find that transition.
Absolutely perfect 360 there, and then I love this one, tweaking it out, and he always finds the smooth way to land. Andrew does not like landing flat, and then this angle of that 360, that is perfect.
Checking his line there, linking a lot of features. I think we'll see a good air and style score, yep, and control is also right up there from that textbook execution.
Podium. Give it to me!
He is willing it into being.
Yeah, it was super good. I thought.
Yeah, lots of good features. Did it look flowy?
Yeah, dude, the transfer was so sick through the middle. I was stoked on that. I knew you'd like the little lip on the bottom minute too.
Here we go, score coming in for Andrew Pollard, putting himself into second, and absolutely elated. That reaction just says it all. So Andrew and Ross there sharing a hug. Absolute emotional dump there for Andrew Pollard as we see him pushing Navarro down into third, Leo Slemet in fourth, and Jamessa Hampton still holding on to that top five. One of the few early runners to still be right in the mix here as we get into the sharp end of the stick on the men's ski field.
Absolutely. How many riders have we got left? We're getting really through the field now.
5 riders left, but this one is a fan favorite, Griffin Moeller. He's had some just devastating luck, honestly. He's one of the best riders to never win a Freeride World Tour competition, and he's had some real tough luck, losing skis, hitting a rock right away in his run in Bakira. I am backing Griffin Moeller for a strong run here. This guy skis like an absolute champion, and I love his style.
Let's see it. He is taking the lower entrance. Let's hope he's exercised all his bad luck. taking a first little air there and looking to find something across to the skier's right.
Yeah, moving back cross court, that one definitely taking some notice, and into this big double. Griffin stepping over that lower section, kind of missing the full double, but catching the pepper, and now heading into this one. So far, so good. Griffin Moeller now trying to find control into this lower section.
Will he take the lily pad or the big one? A big 3, lands perfectly and is riding on out.
Let's go. Griffin Moeller coming across the bottom section into the extra credit. Definitely feeling the vibes as he goes into this changeable snow, into past the early takeoff, into the flat landing, and Griffin Moeller stomping a run with both skis on in the Freeride World Tour for what seems like a generation, but I'm so happy to see Griff through the finish line. I have a feeling he's going to be pretty pumped on that.
Thrilled to see it. He's got a big smile on his face.
All right, so this one, as we said, he almost punched through. I think we're starting to see the line with the soft snow where if you hit it too hard, it's going to do some damage. And then this 360 highlight reel move, landing absolutely perfect. Oh, Anna, what a run.
I'm so thrilled for him, and I had my fingers and toes crossed as he was coming into this final air, but of course he had it.
Yeah, you can see really fall line with that big 360. You see Griffin, just as you said, all smiles. He's so pleased to be at the bottom, both skis on.
The boss in the hot seat, I love it.
Hey, way to put one down, Griff.
Thanks, Jake.
And there we go, 72.17 for Griffin Moeller. So putting him into 9th, still in the top 10. And I think maybe more almost importantly than the score there for Griff, the fact that the curse is broken.
Beautiful stuff, yeah.
Well, I'm really pleased to see Griff do that. You know, it's definitely, it's no easy feat. I'm wondering if that 72 reflected a little bit of the forward bobble that he had when he hit that same air that we saw Ross on. But you know, the judges have their criteria that they work with, and for them, it's just a matter of filling in the boxes and making sure that that each set of criteria was ticked. So, you know, that 9th place, you could sort of see Griff's body language. I think he thought, well, I got to the bottom, so you got to give me a huge score.
The bonus. But no, we're just happy to see him make it down in one piece, and it's great to get a run under your feet, and I'm sure we will see him step it up in Kicking Horse.
Yeah, and just not to lose a ski in some dumb way and some, you know, weird thing happened to him. It was just a series of unfortunate events for Griffin Moeller over the last bunch of Freeride World Tour events. Yeah. He didn't requalify in his first sorry, he did requalify. He did 2 years, but then he got knocked off and he took a full lap of the qualifiers and then came back swinging and basically was back in, and everyone was so hyped to see Griff back in the Freeride World Tour family. And now his younger brother Blake is here as well on the snowboard men's side. So great to see that family affair, and I think it's one of the things that really stands out to me of the camaraderie on the Freeride World Tour is those riders, when somebody gets knocked off, it's devastating. It's so hard. The cut is the worst. And then to see them fight their way back on, it's just it's heartwarming.
Yeah, he's proven that he's ready to be here. Do you know any details, Derek, of the bad luck exorcism that he went through to get rid of this curse he's had?
I don't know if he was burning incense or burning skis or what he was doing, but
it seemed to work.
It definitely worked, and I'm so thankful for anyone out there who is doing pro Griffin voodoo. Big props to you, because he is back and putting down solid runs on the Freeride World Tour with both skis on, and no rocks decided to attack him this time, so all good. If any of you guys were fans back in Griffin's first go-round, on his last year, he started making these videos on Instagram where he would basically create a sniper and then the trigger pull, and then he would cut to himself having a ski fly off or catching a rock. And it was, I mean, I got to give him a huge amount of credit for the spirit he showed of, you know, he was able to kind of find the humor in it. But for everyone out there, and I'm sure for him as well, it was heartbreaking to see him go down like that. So yeah, so stoked for Griff Moeller.
Nice.
Checking in the finish area, Andrew Pollard. You had some nervous moments in the in the waiting area as you waited for the scores. Tell us about that run, kind of what went into the scoping of it.
If we're gonna be honest, I fully copied Turdell. I saw Turdell ski that from the top and was like, oh, screw it, I'm changing it. Like, that looked like my style, and so sometimes you always gotta trust it and trust what other people are doing, and yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if you could tell from up there, but you were the only one to enter that upper section in that direction other than the Swedes. The Swedish Mafia had that one on lock, and you managed to unlock their code.
They actually, despite them sitting at their own table all the time at breakfast, like, they're actually pretty nice guys.
All right, well, Paul, really, really pleased to see you put down that run. Smooth, silky, and stylish as always. Congratulations, sitting in a great spot right now with only a few riders to go.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Thanks, bro.
So heading back up to the top, we are looking for Valle Rainer of Austria. He will be dropping in, and I think he's excited to blow off some steam on the face here.
I'm really excited to watch Valle ski. He had a great run in the last event, and he kind of was another one like Maxim Chable who decided to do, for him, a safety run. It was still a pretty fantastic run. Landed him in 11th, which in that field on that day was still a great result, and especially for a rookie. But when a guy like this says that was a safety run, then the next time you better look out. On course with Valle Rainer.
Let's see what he's got. Dropping in from start 1, taking the lower entrance. Oh no, sorry, he is into the Nar, but taking the more direct route. Finding the transition and ripping out some turns, lining up his next air.
This one definitely starting to see some play. Valle landing perfectly balanced. Coming into this hard-shaped one that took rain out. Big pre-pop, and Valle finding an absolutely perfect transition to land on. Now getting cross-hill on this one. Looking a little wild in the air. Checking up, though, using those skills to control his speed and momentum.
He's winding up at 3 here. Landing at a little backseat, but riding out super strong. He'll be stoked with that run.
Yeah, you can see a couple of bumps, almost like waves in the snow. And Valle opting to skip the extra credit. Has he got something else in mind down here that we haven't seen? It looks like he does. Nobody has even had a sniff of this feature at the bottom. And Valle, nice and clean, holding it on through that transition, an abrupt transition into the flats there, Anna.
Seems like all of these bottom features are relatively flat, so requiring some extremely strong quads to pull it off.
Yeah, now I said into the flats, but what I should have said is onto the lake. That is a big frozen lake across just next to the finish area. So Valle Rainer getting really techy in there, but managing to stick it. And I just love the way he makes those turns after. It shows just such a mastery of his technique.
And the little adjustment in the air, he's just adjusting his weight for a good landing.
Not sure if the butt touched down. You can see the video judge knocking him on control a little bit. That bar not going quite as high as the other. But on the replay, definitely didn't look, but I'm not a judge, of course, but didn't look like the butt touched down. So we'll see what the judges have to say. I know they see far more than we do. They're looking through the high-powered glass there. So full faith in the judging panel.
Yeah, let's see what they think of it.
So we're just waiting there for the score for Valle Rainer to come in. 75.33, so 8th position for the young Austrian shredder, peak performance rider. He should be relatively pleased with that. As he said, he's on the slow burn, the build-up, and definitely looking to put himself into contention to make that cut. Well, this gets exciting right now. This young man came absolutely swinging out of the gate. I described him as he's got a teenager's brain and a man's body, which is a perfect combination for this sport. 19 years old, Max Palm, from wildcard, from junior champion to current tour leader. Max Palm, the Swedish Frenchman, dropping in here in Ordino Arcalis. He is on course.
We'll see if he takes a French or Swedish approach today. Working his way down the ridge to a lower entrance, he's lining up a unique way into the face, a little air there, and a much bigger one.
Little wheelie hold on. Oh, Max not able to hold the speed. You can just see the rapid acceleration there from Max Palm.
And I wonder if that snow is on a slightly different aspect. Perhaps it hasn't caught as much of the sun. So it could be a little hard and fast where he landed.
Yeah, Max is up and walking around. Looks like he's pretty rattled after that was a heavy tumble. Unfortunately, not able to hold on to it. I think you're right, Anna. The snow on that side is a slightly different exposure. Let's see if we can kind of pin down what took him out there.
He looks a little backseat on landing, and he just accelerates and catches a rock where that just really sends him.
Yeah, you could see he was trying to slow down, trying to put his skis across the fall line, but at that pace and then clipping a rock, there was just no way. And it does stay really steep. You talked about this in the face preview. There are, while the average pitch is 37 degrees, there are sections of this face that are much steeper than that, and they stay sustained for quite a distance. And that was one of those spots where essentially any error was going to be punished. So Max Palm not able to back up with another win, but certainly providing us with a moment there on this face.
Definitely quite out there, but it's really going to disrupt our rankings to have both Craig Murray and Max Palm, who are at the top of the rankings at the moment, to have two little bobbles there. So it'll be interesting to see who shakes to the top of the ranking after this event today.
Yeah, definitely anticipating a big shake-up, I should say. Abel Moga could really benefit from that as he put down a solid run. He wasn't overly happy with his score, but still being on your feet when the two guys right around you aren't is definitely going to have a big effect on the rankings.
And our friend in the hot seat, Ross Tester, he had a fall in the first event, so that's also going to influence the rankings. Max Palm is making his way down. He looks healthy and happy, just doing some soul turns down there in the sun.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And Ross was ranked 16th, so he's going to be taking a huge jump up now. This competition is not over, but we only have Maxim Chable and Blake Marshall left, so worst Ross can do here is third if both of those guys pass him, but either of them are going to have to do something pretty special. You can see Max looking like he's kind of favoring his right leg there. But he's smiling, which is good to see after a pretty aggressive tomahawk through, luckily, mostly snow. Happy to see that. Hopefully, the young Swedish peak performance rider is going to be all good. Him and Ross sharing a moment at the bottom.
That's good enough. That's a rock I didn't see. Yeah. All right, come back up.
Yeah. A real flat one there.
That one's not bad. Look at my teeth. Yeah.
Well, dramatic moments here in the ski men's field as we fly our way back up the face to the young Swiss rider. He is a world champion at junior freeride. He's a world champion at kite surfing. He finished 5th in the first Freeride World Tour event. Maxim Chable, Swiss rider, ready to drop in and kick things off.
Heading for the lower entrance and coming around into the face now. Lining up his first air with a 360, lands smooth cross court, and is moving down the face with speed.
Yeah, with speed. Maxim Chable wasting no time and getting up over the step up. Maxim making it by a mile. Wow, well, Abel Moga made it by a hair. Maxim Chable almost overshot it. Now he's on the back side of the ridge, so if you're on the front side of the face, you can't see him. But I am anticipating he is going to come back into sight with a bang.
Big backflip to his feet. Incredible stuff from Maxim.
holding on there. Now Maxim into this long step down. Another clean landing as he moves across. He's one of the first tracks we've seen come into this lower section. Maxim Chable above these finger chutes. Is he going to find something on the low section? Looks like he's lining up a huge 360. Maxim Chable clean. What a run from the young Swiss rider. We said he took a conservative approach with the plan of building, and did he ever?
He has built us up, taking a really creative line way out on the looker's left, skier's right side of the face. He found beautiful snow and amazing features to link together. That was awesome work from Maxim.
Well, the smile on his face says everything. So yeah, we saw him, we actually heard Ross say he wanted to 3 that, but then thought it was too small. I wonder if the snow's running a little faster, because Maxim also went way further on this step up than Abel did earlier.
He also just straight lined it, which really helps.
That is so true. And then this big, look how laid out he gets. He has to put his hands up over his head to slow the rotation down. And then this move into those finger chutes, catching the safety grab too. Bang, redirecting, making sure he has the angle exactly right. A completely brand new creative line from Maxim Chable. Oh, I would hate to be in the judge's seat right now.
Yes! Wow! First place for Maxim. He's going to be stoked. Second contest ever on the Freeride World Tour, and he's straight into the hot seat.
The judges absolutely loved what Maxim put down there. 92.33. That is a massive score. There was a lot of chatter amongst the riders if going up on that ridge was going to pay off. Some of them didn't think the judges would like it. Others were like, no, I'm about it. Well, Maxim Chable just showed the eye that he has for line selection. Fits perfectly with what the judges enjoy watching, and I'll say us too.
Absolutely.
All right, this is the last man in the ski men's field. He's done a full reversal. He was the first man in the ski men's field on the last event, and now he's the last man standing. Kiwi, Blake Marshall. He started things off with a bang last time. Let's hope he can finish this category with a spectacular run. I definitely always enjoy Blake Marshall's skiing. He's such a great guy and such a strong skier. Getting ready to kick out of the gate and start things off on his campaign here in Ordino Arcalis, the Kiwi Blake Marshall.
Blake's got a real trifecta of skills here. He's an incredibly technical skier. He's got the freestyle tricks. He's got the nous and the big mountain. And I think this is a really great face for him.
3, 2,
all right, well, Blake Marshall banging the poles, getting the hype up, and he is on course. Anna, your countryman, getting ready to get it done here.
Yeah, everyone will be staying up late to cheer him on, and he's taking the lower entrance into the face. Looking like he's working his way through the exposure there. Lining up this in the cross-court direction, which is seemingly the best way it goes.
Yeah, and that one sets up nice for a left 3. Blake Marshall being a right 3er and pulling it around, getting the tip drop there. Blake Marshall into this wind lip. Now he is into the meat of his run. So far, so good for the Kiwi shredder.
Stomped landing, and he's riding out into the middle of the face with some real speed with a big 3 cross-court.
Love to see Blake Marshall. He's putting tracks in places that nobody else is. We're 22 skiers in to this ski men's field, and he's finding spots where nobody has. Another 360. Blake Marshall, bang, bang, bang. 3 threes in his run, and still one more feature to come.
A lot of riders getting a little caught as they come across to this bottom air, and he's taking it perfectly, stomped, and railing it into the finish line.
Yeah, I think you're right. There looks to be a texture change in the snow, and I'm not sure if it's a wind scouring or if there was an old avalanche deposit that just had a little bit of skiff of snow over it, or it's maybe the least sun-exposed section on the face. But Blake Marshall, pretty pleased with himself after that one.
Wearing the silver fern, looking exhausted, but he's put down a sick run with some real style there.
So right 360 there. As he comes over, perfect control. Another one that way. So Blake Marshall with 3 360s, and coming out of that one again. And then you can just see almost the joy as he kind of ollies off his tails with just pure stoke. Blake Marshall happy to have one in the bag there.
full survival mode. Whew.
So the judges are really deliberating over that one.
That back was huge. It was so scary.
So some nervous moments here, and the score's in for Blake Marshall, 74-5, so another 10th place finish, so backing up his 10th place finish with a 10th place finish. Blake Marshall looking a little bit disappointed. We'll see, you know, we can dig into the judges' categories and see what it was that got them there, but that is it for ski men. Have a look at this. Maxim Chable, young Swiss rider. He's the champion as a junior, he's the champion of kiteboarding, and now he's the champion of the Ordino Arcalis stop of the Freeride World Tour. Ross Tester coming firing back into form, and then Andrew Pollard rounding out the podium.
Absolutely. Back in the second page of rankings here, we've got a couple of our veterans that are still struggling to put runs down, and a couple of no scores, few lost skis.
Yeah, both Mael and Craig Murray unfortunately not able to hold it down, but we're going to head down and chat with our winner, Maxim Chable, young Swiss shredder. You said you had a plan. You went from mellow run in the last one to full max on this one. Tell me how you feel right now.
I don't have any words. Like, I mean, I don't know. I just chose this line. It looks so cool to me. All the takeoffs were perfect, and I have no words right now. I have absolutely no words.
Max, how did that big backflip feel?
I can hear it.
How did the big backflip feel to you?
Oh, it was definitely scary. When I was scoping the line, I was thinking of double backing this one, but then I saw like quite a lot of riders crashed and the snow conditions looked tricky, so I was like, okay, just bring a solid run down, get another good result, and kind of guarantee your classification in the finals. And all the features were a little bit bigger than I expected, so yeah, super stoked of it.
I think you've done exceptionally. Congratulations, Maxim.
Thank you guys. You.
Well, unreal run there from the young Swiss rider, Maxim Chable, putting it down and doing what needed to be done on this face. Such an impressive run from a young rider, and what we're starting to see this year, I think if we have a new face, the experienced riders don't have the edge that they had. So we're having a look now at our overall rankings. Maxim Chable jumping up from 5th to 1st, and another rider, huge jump, Apol Carl Regner Eriksson, doing that kind of sneaky Swedish thing and sliding himself into 3rd. This is really getting exciting as we move through this Freeride World Tour season.
Absolutely, and the folks on this part of the rankings are going to need to step it up in kicking horse to secure their qualification to the Freeride World Tour finals, so we can be sure that they're all going to bring the heat at the next event.
Oh yeah, they are for sure, and for a lot of the riders on the bad side of that cut line are going to be hungry, and hopefully Kicking Horse is going to deliver some powder for us, and we're going to get the show that we have come to expect from that stop. But right now, it's all about Ordino Arcalis here in Andorra, and what a show the ski men just put on. The snow conditions have gone nice and soft, as you said, east-southeast phase, so we've had the sun just glowing on it all day. And it's actually looking like it's running really well. You know, as long as you have your balance, you've got your feet underneath you, then you're kind of in a great position to put yourself in. I mean, Maxim Chable, one of the last runners on the course, put down the hot run of the day, locked himself into 1st, and just such an incredible achievement for the young Swiss rider. Well, a spectacular show from the ski men's field. Anna, smoothie highlights for you?
Oh, certainly the winning run from Maxim Chable. That was just so creative, such a unique line, and great to see him make a real splash on tour.
Oh, he sure did. And you can see, we talked about it earlier today, he was playing the strategy game a little bit in the first one. And then this one, he said he just wanted to kind of put a smart run together. But, I mean, he overshot that step up by 20 meters and still managed to light it up. But now we are moving on to ski women, which is just as exciting. Elizabeth Gerritsen getting things started with the bang. Can she control? No.
Another chunky air there, looking super relaxed.
And Jacqueline with a huge punch front. Great way to kick things off, up high on the face with a big air.
Nice.
Really smooth, calculated, smart skiing there from Hedvig Vessel.
It was just perfectly executed. She's so hyped. I love the enthusiasm from Olivia Mcneill.
Nice, Olivia.
Olivia, one more back for the ski women on the Freeride World Tour. Well, the ski women just put down an absolute hammerfest in the first Freeride World Tour stop, and I have the expectation that we're going to see the exact same thing today. This field is absolutely stacked. Everyone in the field can win on any given day, which is, to me, the greatest thing. Let's take a look here. The rankings, well, firing right out of the gate, Olivia Mcneill, basically from I don't know if I can land a Freeride World Tour run to leading the Freeride World Tour over her hero, Hedvig Vessel. It's such a mind trip to drop into one of these events with somebody that to you is a legend, and now you're leading them.
Absolutely. Jessica Hodder, who definitely brought the heat to the first event but came unstuck, so she'll be looking for redemption today on the face. She's actually dropping in first, and I have big expectations from her.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way Jess Hodder skis. She's got such a great attitude. Looking forward to that one.
So she is dropping in first and looking to put a run down to her feet, and she's also got the current leader, Olivia Mcneill, hot on her heels, dropping in third. Someone who I'm looking to see a bit more from today is Lexi DuPont. She's a film skier, and I think she's wanting to go bigger today.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last rider in the women's field, Elizabeth Gerritsen, reigning Freeride World Tour champion, not able to hold it together in the last one. So I feel that Elizabeth sometimes skis the best when she's mad, and she was not happy about that fall last time. And you can see it hasn't changed your expectations at home. 78% of you think that Elizabeth Gerritsen, is going to stand on the podium. 87% backing Hedvig Vessel, and then brand new into the ranks in the fun bet, Olivia Mcneill. 32% of you liked what she was selling last time and bet on her to come out on the podium. Peak Performance fun bet, keeping you in the game and amongst it with the Freeride World Tour.
Who have you been betting on, Derek?
Oh, I bet with my heart every time.
Does that mean your country?
Not always. I just, the people that I want to do well, the people that I like. As I said before, I find it really difficult because I want to bet on at least 6 to 12 people for a podium on each side, and so I end up just scrolling through, and then be like, well, any one of these people could win. It's a struggle. So hopefully you guys at home have a better system, because to me it's just. I don't even know what the system is. I just pick one and hope for the best, because I really, truly, I feel like I back all these riders. I want them all to come first. My dream would be an equal tie for first, a 22-way in the ski men, or 12-way in the ski women.
And this is why you are not a judge, Derek.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I could never do it, and that's why I enjoy this one, because I just get to talk about them. You see there, Hedvig Vessel, she was in the battle of a lifetime last year with Elizabeth Gerritsen. They kind of each went win, crash, win, crash. and then shook it out in Verbier at the finals. And so you know she's probably been eyeballing this face for the last few days, just looking for that magic backflip spot. It's truly is her trademark. Obviously her skiing is fantastic, but the backflip has become the thing that she's known for, and almost is like looking to find one and then build the rest of the run around it.
Yeah, what I thought was really strong from Hedvig is that she'd actually planned a backie for the first stop of the tour this year, but as she came up to it, she saw the lip of the feature wasn't right, so she made that split-second decision, and which really held her run together, because if the feature's not right, then it's not safe to backflip it. So I really like that approach to freeride skiing.
Yeah, I do too, and it shows a maturity in the decision-making, and what Hedvig came out of that with was a second-place finish, which is super strong and definitely a keeper in this field, where if you throw the backflip anyway that you're unsure of and then you end up crashing, well, you don't even have a result. And coming away with a second place out of the first event is definitely a strong position to be in, as what we've seen over the years is Hedvig builds momentum through the season. So definitely looking forward to seeing if she's found one on this one, or if she's going to put the pure freeride down.
Yeah, because we've got to remember these kids want to make it all the way to the Freeride World Tour finals, and roughly half the field is going through. About 6 of these 11 riders will make it, so you don't want to throw it away just because you're really determined to do a backflip where it's not good to do a backie.
That's absolutely right. And, you know, speaking of that cut line, I mean, we've got some heavy hitters on the bad side of it, both Jacqueline Pollard and Jess Hodder, who are former event winners. Jess will be dropping first, as you said, so big things there. I'm really excited. You can see here she's ranked 11th. That's not where Jess Hodder wants to be sitting in the overall ranking.
Now I see her much closer to the top, and I'm excited to see her put down a run to her feet today.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that too. And then just this whole women's ski start list, every one of them has been performing at such a high level, and just over and over and over again, putting on a show at every stop. And I mean, first of all, it's fantastic to watch as a spectator. And also, I just love to see all of the women pushing themselves and finding that level of skiing collectively. So Jess Hodder, she's going to be the first one out the gate. You can see she is feeling the vibe. She's vibing hard, and Jess skis best when she is feeling loose. Loosey-goosey gets it done for Jess Hodder, and we're going to see her on course now, kicking off the women's field.
So she's making her way down to the lower entrance, coming through the chute there. Let's see what she's got lined up for us at the top of her run. Cross-court air, taking some speed into this next feature.
Yeah, this one saw a lot of play on the ski men's field, and for good reason. It has nice transition, and it's one of the few hits that has snow right up to the edge. So Jess finding the wind lip on that one, and then moving through the crux between those two features, skiing well, skiing fast, skiing fluid. Jess Hodder definitely not keen to make that same mistake that she made there. Another cross court. Jess is able to find these transitions. Haven't seen her hit a flat landing yet, which is great, because there are a lot of them out there. Now coming into this bottom feature, Jess sending it off the end.
Holding it together in the landing and coming out hot, like a Hodder.
Yeah, she was hot, getting hotter as she's coming way, way high and actually finding a turn in the extra credit air. I do think the snow may be speeding up. Now Jess Hodder creeping off the end, holding it together. Jess Hodder, she is pumped. You can see the body language, hands so stoked, and we are too in the commentary booth as Jess Hodder coming across the line. What a great way to kick off Ski Women.
I am stoked for her. Look at that big smile. She has to make this result count to make the cut, and I really feel that she did. Let's see the replay. Cross-court air, beautiful skiing.
Yeah, moving back across, and then this lower one, this is a heart pounder as she goes. We saw that one play a lot in the ski men, and she was so close to that rock, but managing to pull through. Let's see if we can hear her. And the judges dropping a 76 even for Jess Hodder.
Getting a hug from the other Kiwis, Claire McGregor and Craig Murray.
Loving it down there. So great way to start ski women. This field has just absolutely been firing, and every one of them can win on any given day. We head back to the top. You can see the dramatic backdrop of the Andorran Pyrenees as this start gate is just perched up there on the side of a mountain. In the gate, young Californian rider Lily Bradley. She's a rookie on tour, had a decently strong start with a 7th in the last one. She went back up the next day and re-skied her comp run in a way that she wanted to be proud of, which I just thought was such a cool move. And Lily Bradley on course right now.
Working her way down the ridge. I really love the way she skis. It's so playful and poppy. So looking to see her bring that into the big mountains here.
Yeah, Lily finds shifties even in between turns. She's just always adding style, and there you see it again. She has absolutely just oozing the steez. It's almost, oh, big pre-ollie and getting it to her feet. Lily finding that setback takeoff. Great looking run so far from Lily Bradley. I'm loving this.
Lining up something pretty chunky here. And she takes it a little to the side with the shifty, and is just looking like she's having a great time skiing.
Yeah, that little waterfall, one of the few spots on that feature that actually has snow up to the edge. And taking this one off the nose, Lily Bradley in the fall line, just absolutely matching up her direction with the slope angle. This is looking strong now. Lily Bradley getting onto this spine that we saw get some play from the men. A big shifty, stomped clean. So far, so good for the young American rider. This is looking absolutely fantastic.
She's bringing a lot of style to this line. I'm really enjoying the way she's approaching the mountain.
Aaron style is a category, and the judges love that. It shows mastery of control onto the extra credit popper, getting the edge of it, not quite going as far, but I think from a strategy point of view, that's really smart, because the farther you go on that one, the worse the landing gets. Lily Bradley, she is through the finish line. As you said, almost every single feature had some element of style, a little tweak, a little shifty, something on every one. I like that.
This is where I'm wondering what the judges will make of it, because she brought a bit more style than Jess, but Jess probably brought a bit more pace. So we're going to see how that shakes out in the scoring. But they are both stoked for each other.
So you can see her kicking her run off there with the shifty, always good. And then right off that early takeoff, she definitely got a bit back seat in the air and managed to ride out on the tails. And then this one, tweaking it out, always stylish Lily Bradley. She's got an eye for style, and I really like the style that she eyed up on that one. So we're going to see what the judges had to say about it, but strong run there for Lily.
There's a little bit of snow on the bottom of her skis, which makes me think it might be getting a little sticky out there.
And you can hear so many of the riders are just gassed in the finish line. Definitely high up in the.
It was definitely weird, eh? Like kind of almost frozen. Yeah, not ideal.
Getting a little bit of a conditions update from the women in the finish area.
You got it. Here, wait. Huh? Try this. Have you done this? Ready? Oh, is it that? Yeah, wait, ready? Oh, yeah.
Well, the ladies playing with it there. Second for Lily Bradley with a 73. So I think that's a little control issue there, wheeling out on the landing. The judges, as we've said, they miss nothing. They watch through high-powered binoculars. They know what's going on up on the face. Well, look at this peak. The Peak de las Planas is absolutely delivering for us in Ordino Arcalis. We head back up to the top, and another exciting rider here. She was a rookie, then she was injured, then she's an event winner. Now she's wearing the golden bib. The Whistler Freeride Club alumni, Olivia Mcneill. 1 season on the tour, 1 win under her belt, and she's on course, Anna.
I'm excited to see where she takes us today on a journey, no doubt. She's coming into the lower entrance from start 1 and making quick work of it, looking confident on her skis.
Yeah, kind of matching the turns. Pretty much every rider going the same path through there. It seems like the only path if you want to actually put a feature in, and then Liv moving back over. Oh, and skipping that one, she's going to go off the lower bench and move cross court there, landing nice and clean, and moving all the way out to the rider's right side, getting up and over this, slamming into that wind lip that some of the other riders stepped up onto and over.
She's taking us out into the lookers left skiers right of the venue. And she's got a long jump here. Just making that to the end of that feature and getting back on her feet. That was a long jump.
That was a long jump there, and Olivia having to go deep, deep into her strength well to pull out of that one. Definitely the judges are going to hit that hard, as she was down for a while. She wasn't dragging her back, but she was low and holding on. But she still has more to come, as Olivia moving across into an as yet untracked section and just pitching off the corner of that one. I think maybe playing it slightly safer after that big kind of squash ride out that she had on that huge air. And now coming into the extra credit, shutting it down, actually almost coming to a stop there. And Olivia, big backslap, and not a full fall, but definitely not clean on that one. Kind of a strange angle she took. Lily had that one, I thought, kind of dialed, and Olivia went a little more left there, and it didn't quite work out the same way.
Yeah, I think some of the women are coming up with not quite enough speed for that feature. Like, it's very flat, and I think you feel that as you arrive at the feature and think, oh, there's not as much transition as I thought there would be here.
Yeah, it seemed, so this one was definitely, that is a huge air, and you can see now she's just fighting, trying to stand back up. Rushing off the corner, this one got that one nice and clean, and then you can see the video judge, big knock on control for Olivia Mcneill. So as we saw in ski men, we also saw in ski women, where last event's winner not able to put down the same level of sort of mastery as they did on the first one.
Like a whole bar of it. It's all you.
54.00 for Olivia Mcneill. Two pretty significant control issues on that run. So Liv not able to put down the dream line there, but hopefully we'll see her come back swinging in Kicking Horse, as she's still in a pretty solid position with a first place under her belt. But we roll right back up to the top. She is a former event winner. She is related to one of the podium finishers in the ski men, the sister. This is Jacqueline Pollard. She, you can see, vibing similar to Jess Hodder. They have such a similar style, I think, in skiing and in life, in just the way they approach the Freeride World Tour. Jacqueline Pollard out of Alta, Utah. She is on course here in Andorra.
Jackie Pollard always bringing the good vibes to the tour, and she is coming through the bottom entrance from start one. Taking it easy through the exposure. There's quite a few rocks ready to catch you there, so she's making quick work of it. A little side air there.
Yeah, Jacqueline making her way down into this section that we saw, again, get a ton of play from the ski men, and coming up well short on that one, landing on the rocks and then just driving forward. You can see not happy about that. That one needed a certain amount of speed, and Jacqueline did not have the pace to clear those rocks.
Yeah, needed to bring a little more heat into that feature. Some of the takeoffs here, you can see they've receded back from the cliff, so you need to pre-ollie and bring a lot of speed to clear these rocks that are sticking out from the feature.
Yeah, we'll catch a look here. She kind of slowed down. Oh, yeah, and you can see her whole ski flex as it landed on that rock. You said it exactly right, Anna. Those rocks are sticking out further than you think, and the takeoff is kind of set back. So Jacqueline, unfortunately, losing her skis. That's going to be a no score. Another rider going in a tough spot now, as she had the same result in the last event in Bakira Barrett. So that's a heartbreaker for Jacqueline Pollard, as she is a proven event winner in the Freeride World Tour, but two in a row where it just hasn't gone her way, and going over the front on that one.
She's a proven event winner, though, in Kicking Horse, which is the stop that we're heading to next. So I'm expecting big things from Jacqueline Pollard.
That is an excellent point, and Jacqueline sometimes skis the best after things haven't got her way. So hopefully she's going to be able to reset her head after a couple of tough finishes, and put it down in Kicking Horse, and keep herself in the mix here. As that was a tough one, just well short. And I wonder if snow conditions coming into play, as we heard Lily say it was pretty funky. Hopefully, things are still all good for the ski women and the categories we have to come. I have a feeling it's going to be if the softer and slushier it gets, the better it's going to get for our snowboard categories. So I think they're going to be fine as things soften throughout the day. But that's a heartbreaker for Jacqueline.
Let's hope she gets some soul turns and some of the good vibes back as she makes her way down the venue for a big hug from Jess Hodder.
For sure, a big hug from Jess Hodder. These two are kind of almost like soul sisters on the tour. They have, like I said, they just have such a similar vibe, and the way they are with people is really similar, and it's just kind of lovely to be around. So hopefully, big hug from Jess. But definitely, you could see in the body language after that, Jacqueline was furious, as similar to Raina Barkerud earlier. Uncharacteristic mistake. You know, it's not the way. If you see Jacqueline crash, it's usually oversending, and that one was a bit out of character. But result, same.
So a no score for Jacqueline Pollard today, and we will be looking to see her shake to the top for Kicking Horse. Thumbs up from her.
Yeah, glad to see she's okay. That's two pretty tough slams in a row that she's taken in the last two events. So I'm glad to see that she's up and skiing and able to at least throw a hug to Jess Hodder. And back up we go. So we're that's two kind of tough ones in a row on the ski women's field from some pretty heavy hitters. So kind of cracking open the door here for some of these other riders. Zuzana Vitek, Polish rider, living in Switzerland. She had a podium result in the first event of the year, and you know she wants to back that up. I was watching Zuza ski around the resort yesterday and was like, whoa, she was going for it. And that, I think, bodes well for what we're going to see on this run.
I think all the riders were so stoked to have one more day of shredding around Ordino Arcalis before the event day, and let's hope it pays off in their riding today.
Yeah, absolutely. Good times out there shredding with the Freeride World Tour family. Zuzana, almost getting caught on that rock. That was a weird angle that she kind of came at it, and then once she was committed to it, she sort of had to pick her foot up and just hope for the best. So Zuza off this one. A little short as well, but able to hold on. Can she continue holding on? Oh, she does, up and over that wind rib. What a save there from Zuzana Vitek.
So we're needing a little bit more speed for that top feature, is catching a few riders. I think it looks slightly intimidating with those rocks sticking out.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. When you have that knowledge that the takeoff is a bit set back, it's pretty scary to commit to the pace you need.
Absolutely, but it's what is required.
Yeah, not as scary as landing on rocks, that's for sure.
Let's see if she takes it off the biggest chunk of this cliff, lands nicely, and rides out strong.
Solid for Zuzana Vitek, but definitely a bit of an issue pulling, again, a little bit short on that upper one. So she's going into the extra credit air with a couple of stomps and one small controller. She's looking like a little bit low. She's going to go down to this lower tongue where Lily Bradley and Olivia Mcneill went, and catching it beautifully. That's a great illustration of how that cliff wants to be hit.
Definitely. So the judges will be comparing and contrasting the runs of Jess and Zuzana, because they took a few similar airs, and I think Jess might have had a little more speed. So we'll see what the judges make of it.
Yes.
Here's the top where she gets a little caught up on some rocks but holds it together just. I think she'll be docked on control for that. Also tail taps that feature.
Her tails dragged the entire way down that face. That angle does not lie. And then you saw it took her about half the width of the venue to get the control back. But I'm glad she did, because then she was able to come into that one and stomp it clean. So that was a run of contrast there for Zuzana Vitek. 60.67 for Zuzana Vitek, the Polish rider, dropping into third spot so far. Big hugs there from Jess Hodder. Wow, well, things are really starting to shake out in the ski women's field. We've seen a couple of heavy hitters go down. We saw Zuza put down a bit of everything, some brilliance and some pretty scary moments as she tail dragged all the way down that rock. But we go straight back up. Juliette Wilman, the French gremlin, as her friends call her. I love that. She told me it was okay to say it, so if you're out there and you know her as Gremlin, Juliette Wilman on course.
I'm so excited to see Juliette ski ski today. She brought so much heat to the first stop and was awarded the chocolate medal, but I just thought it was such great features and great skiing, so I'm sure we'll see more of her alpine racing turns today and some serious airtime as she comes into the bottom entrance from start 1 and looking solid.
Yeah, she's on the normal track there that everyone's taken right off the end of that. I have a feeling that Juliet's skiing technique is going to really pay off for her today as controlling speed as she comes off here. Oh, another one on the same feature. You can see the tails flex. I really hope Juliet is okay bouncing down after that landing. Just well short. You could see that extra turn, and I sort of had my heart in my mouth hoping that it wasn't going to be what I kind of knew it was going to be. But that one, you're dead on, Anna. That needs way more speed than these women are taking into it.
Yeah, if someone has a direct line to the top, can you please call and tell everyone to send it?
Oh, that was rough for Juliet. I'm glad to see her up and tapping her head and waving her arms. That's the universal Freeride sign for I'm mostly okay, but probably pretty angry and bummed. Let's have a look at this. So you can see skis tap, 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 and then she gets kicked way forward.
That feature kind of reminds me of a late season New Zealand line. There's some alpine grass poking through there, some rocks, and it really takes a special kind of skier just to ride your tails out of that one. So,
well, you know, Anna, maybe that's why Jess Hodder's sitting in the hot seat right now,
it
because
could be.
that's right up her alley.
I've seen her lace some, we call it tussock.
The tussock lines.
Tussock lines. I've seen her lace a few tussock lily pads in her time. So Juliet Willman getting herself organized and ready to ride down the mountain, but you can be assured that's not the last we have heard from her.
So we're seeing the fan base here is not just ski fans. Fabio Quartararo, he is the 2021 MotoGP World Champion. They're just getting ready to kick off testing in, I think in Malaysia for the next season, but he's based here in Andorra and extremely famous in and out of the motorsports world. That man is quick on a bike, and great to see him out here just celebrating all things Freeride World Tour with the family on the side, on the slope side today. So Juliet making her way off the face, really unfortunate. That's tough to see a bunch of riders go down on the same feature and for the same reason.
Yeah, that's tough. I hope they have got the message to the top that you need a bit of air under your feet to clear that one.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard, you know, you said it before, Anna, but you put in that extra turn because you get a little bit nervous because you can't see the edge, and then the second you pop, you regret those extra turns because you can see it. You do that quick mental math and you're like, oh, I'm landing there, and I do not want to be landing there. But it is, it's happening, and hopefully the rest of the riders are going to take a bit more pace, or they've got some different lines planned. But we head right back up to the top, firing riders. This is great. This face is huge, but the runs are so fast because it's so fall line, it's so pitched, it's so steep that each run is really not taking very long. And so we're just firing through the field, and we're heading back up. Another young Swiss rider.
Sabine Blangeon.
Well, it says Sabine Blangeon, but that looks like it's Lexi in the gate, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, but...
Might have had a quick change in the start gate.
Yeah, Lexi Dupont in the start gate. We'll figure out what's going on there and keep you updated. I know the judges will know who it is, so if we're running a bit out of order, we'll be sweet. All right, well, it looks like we just kind of missed the top section of Sabine Blangeon's run as she's coming in here, chipping off that air. Not sure what happened on the cameras. Hopefully you guys caught it. But Sabine Blangeon looking like she's about 3/4 of the way through her run, heading down now to this bulky section and sending it right off the nose. Can she hold it? She can. Sabine Blangeon riding out of Verbier absolutely stomped that lower feature. So strong. Great to see Sabine kind of backing up her last result. Really exciting as she comes into this last feature, holding it down and taking all the travel. Absolutely spectacular run for Sabine.
We didn't see the whole thing, but those last couple of features were really solid from Sevilla, and I'm so stoked for her in her rookie year to be making a splash.
Oh, she's waving across the line, giving herself some props, hopefully. Looking like she's got a smile on her face, and a big hug for Jess in the finish area. Well, catching that, and the video judge definitely liking what they saw. Line, fluidity, high control, Aaron Style catching nice transition there, and definitely going deep into the travel of the legs. All these riders are so strong, they train like crazy. So Sybille Blangeon moving into third with a 65.33, putting herself in the conversation for the podium. Wow, so that's exciting. Sybille Blangeon, I really am curious to see what went down at the top of the run, but loving the bottom section. And Jess Hodder holding off another challenge to the hot seat.
Yeah, it's looking good for New Zealand right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lily Bradley still holding down that second position, and still a couple more riders to go, a couple more big challenges to the hot seat. So you pointed this one out, and Lexi DuPont up in the start gate now. She's a film rider. She knows how to do that visual inspection. She was a little bit disappointed after the first run because she felt like she just didn't quite send hard enough, but she was feeling her way into the Freeride World Tour, as is how you have to do it. And you don't actually know what the cards that the rest of the field are holding until they all drop in. And I think Lexi was like, oh, this is what we're doing. Okay, great. So I expect to see a little bit more of that from Lexi DuPont on this run.
Yeah, I think she's going to bite off a bigger chunk for us today, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. She's making her way down the ridge.
Yeah, nice strong turns. Lexi coming from that ski racing background and then competing on the free skiing world tour back in the day. But as she said, it's been a while since she stood in a competition start gate. So looking good there, catching the grab, moving all the way across. She's staying away from, or maybe she's heading back to the Heartbreaker. She's going to need to step on the gas if she wants to clear those rocks. She does. Finally breaking the curse of the Heartbreak Cliff and getting just a little tangled up there. Big control issue for Lexi.
But she did bring in the speed she needed for that top air, so I'm stoked with that one. Let's see what she makes to the bottom of the venue.
Yeah, moving cross court, catching that wind lip, and the transition just seamless there back onto the slope. So right now, things looking good for Lexi DuPont as she comes in to the lower section of this, gets across, and right off the nose.
Solid landing, riding out strong. So she definitely brought a bit more airtime for us today, Lexi. I think that's going to be a great store, and she is not done yet. She is coming across to this bottom feature.
Yeah, super high on that one. Coming in on the upper takeoff, going down and stomping it. Lexi DuPont, wow, well that was a great way to finish. And you know she listened. She heard what the judges said after her last run. They said, we want more. And she said, fine, you want more? I got more.
Here it is.
That was it.
She took that bottom feature bigger than any of the rest of the ski women's field, I think.
You just have to look at where the bomb holes are. The rest of the ski women with much more left. She had to take a ton of speed to get over there. And Lexi DuPont showing that she knows. So a bit of a hit on fluidity there as she did pretty much come to a stop in that middle section, but then making up for it, the line score definitely pushing out the top of the rest of those bars. So Lexi DuPont, she had a few big, like way bigger features and stomping. You can tell she's been hitting the gym, got the stomping legs on today, and look at this one, bang! Really solid run there from Lexi.
Looking strong in a 4-line score there.
Dude, like, how did you got like the strongest thighs. Oh, they're on fire right now. Woo! Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Girl.
Well, Lexi DuPont putting herself into 4th place, which is a significant improvement from the 8th place finish she had last time. So definitely a run to be proud of there as Lexi DuPont took the judges' considerations into her heart and basically put it on display in that run, and that was definitely a much stronger run from Lexi DuPont. But we go straight back up. This woman finished 2nd in the last competition. She has won multiple events across and was in the battle for the overall title last year. Hedvig Vessel, riding out of Norway, always a threat for the podium for the win and for a highlight moment on any competition face.
Dropping in from start 1. She is skiing smoothly down the ridge, trying to find the entrance. Coming in where the rest of the ski women's field have also entered, navigating the little salt and pepper rocks.
Yeah, that entrance is getting chewed up, and you can see Hedvig Vessel making short work of it. Off that one, adding features all the way down. She knows exactly what the judges want to see, and so she's going to put a line together that they like, getting the side of that one, and then over into the wind drift. Hedvig Vessel now coming into the Heart Cliff.
Looks like she's got something lined up beside the Heart Cliff.
Oh, a different angle on that ice ball. Oh, the stomp. Wow, Hedvig Vessel just taking every trip to the gym there and putting it to use, as that was an incredible, that was an earth shaker, that one, and she is not done. Hedvig Vessel right off the end of that one too. Wow!
Massive air, stomped, clean 4-point landing, and she is heading over for the extra credit. Super flat cliff at the bottom there.
Flying across there, getting up nice and high. Hedvig getting almost even a little face shot and going off a totally different angle. That looks like a much better landing where Hedvig went than the nose. It might be a touch smaller, but I would take smaller with transition than bigger to flat to knee to the face after the stomp that she just did. Oh, well, that was a run from Hedvig Vessel. Very, very interested to see what the judges do with that, because she had some big dogs in that run.
Absolutely. So they'll be comparing and contrasting the airtime and stomp between her and Jess Hodder in the hot seat. That was a stomp.
Yeah, you can see the heavy head, and this one, full speed. She landed so much further down than most of those bomb holes, and she just, again, needed to use every ounce of strength that she had. This is a great run, and you know what I love about this is this was big mountain riding. There wasn't a backflip in it, and yet still spectacular.
Absolutely solid.
We'll see. Yeah. That was difficult. My legs are burning. We'll see.
Too many squats yesterday in the gym?
Maybe too many squats yesterday. How did the other go?
Deliberations, huh?
How did the other go?
How did the other go, sir? You girl.
Well, the judges dropping a 69.33 on that one. Good enough for third place for Hedvig Vessel. So the strength of Jess Hodder's run is really starting to shine. 69.33 on that one for Hedvig. Interesting.
Yeah, fantastic for Jess Hodder, who her heater of a run is still holding on to first place, and we've got 2 competitors left to go, so she's guaranteed a podium.
Yeah, Jess Hodder's going to be on the box. We'll see if Lily Bradley is going to hold on to that second spot. Young rookie, really kind of coming back from her first run on the Freeride World Tour that she didn't love, but we swing straight back up to the top. Age 36, seasons on the Freeride World Tour. This is her second, and she has been all over the podium. Tracy Chubb getting ready to drop in to kick things off. She was 5th last time. She wants to step that up and get herself on the box.
She certainly does, hopping down the little windlet there and working her way down the ridge to the entrance into the face. She's taking a slightly different approach here and staying more over towards the ridgeline on the looker's left and looking to line up some features there for us. A little hop there.
Yeah, now coming into the meat of it, so just kind of an alternate entrance as she comes across, and we'll see where she's aiming for. Is she going to catch that wind drift into the Heart Cliff? Does she have the pace? She does not. Another heartbreaker in... Oh, Tracy catching some rock there and grabbing on, sliding down this one. Ah, that is rough there for Tracy Chubb as she bounced over a rock and then came to rest on that rock. Hopefully she's all right there. That looked like a tough place to stop. She is moving as we wish our best there for Tracy Chubb, kind of stuck, hung up on that rock face. Another one, Anna, going down by just going short on that upper section. That one is just breaking dreams. You know, rider after rider. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that's really tough. I hope that she washed enough speed as she came and hit those rocks that it didn't harm her in any way. She is moving It looks like she's just trying to extract herself from the rocks there.
Yeah, doing a little bit of self-assessment. I think that was a head tap there. Again, the universal sign that that you're okay mostly. I mean, that she's certainly not in an okay spot, but glad to see that she's moving around, and I'm sure extremely disappointed in the way that went, as all the riders who have gone down on that feature are. So Tracy's going to try to have to try to dig herself out of that spot, which looks pretty precarious.
The ski dudes have got some equipment for her there, some poles.
Oh yeah, she's up and out. That's good to see. So she managed to get herself unstuck. I think it was more that she was just kind of caught up on the rocks than that she was actually injured. But I'm sure after watching that Tracy is not going to be feeling 100%, as that definitely looked like it wasn't a comfortable way to fall.
Definitely. She's holding her arm a little bit, so I hope that that is okay as she makes her way gently down the venue.
Well, it's rare that you see one feature take out so many riders in a row in such a strong field, and that one just seems to have. I'm curious to hear what you think, Hannah. Do you think they underestimated the angle of it, like how far out you actually had to go?
Yeah, I think it would be a combination of underestimating how long it was and potentially not getting that full 3D feel of how much those rocks were sticking out. So I think we might have to dub that one the Woe Man Eater.
Okay, I can get behind that. Well, I'm glad to see that Tracy is skiing her way down the venue. That was a frightening way to fall, and definitely bouncing to a stop on the rocks could not have been comfortable. As you said, she's holding her poles in one arm and definitely favoring what looks like her right arm there. So hopefully she's gonna get to the bottom and see ski patrol or the doctor that we have in the finish area and assess that. But best wishes to Tracy. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that was hard to watch.
See if she has some stories for Jess as she pulls in. Definitely, yeah, she's not looking like she's feeling great. Oh, there's a bow. And a big smile.
What an absolute legend, Tracy Chubb.
Yeah,
Hi. I'm okay. Oh, no, don't talk. I wouldn't talk with her. Let's just wait till I get my skis off.
Well, she doesn't want to talk about it, and she says she's okay, so we're going to respect that. She's okay.
No speculation here.
No, we head back up to the top. Tracy Chubb, so that was a tough one for her. There is one rider left in the ski women's field, and she is a doozy. Swiss rider riding out of Verbier. She is the world champion, reigning right now, and she's got a chip on her shoulder after crashing. She said she was doing some carving work on piste with Maud Best back in Verbier, and then after she crashed on a turn, Maud texted her and said, what was that? Like, I thought I taught you. So Elizabeth definitely looking to live up to Maud Best's high standards and live up to her high standards. She has extremely high standards for herself, and she holds herself to a very high bar, which is, I think, appreciated by all the other riders, and also a huge part of what makes her so much fun to watch when she drops in, because it's always explosive, but she has a smoothness to her that's just, it makes it, I don't know, pleasure for the eyes to watch Elizabeth Gerritsen ski.
Absolutely. I love the style that she brings to the mountain too. It's slightly different to the Lily Bradley style, but she's got the smoothest threes, and she's really been working on her grabs and just general freestyle maneuvers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about style, is it is just whatever you decide it is. Your style is your style, and Elizabeth's style is what it is, and always looks good when she's doing it. So we're about 30 seconds away from dropping the reigning world champion. You can see the camera crew gathering around there in anticipation of something awesome, as we are as well. Elizabeth Gerritsen. So taking a look at our current standings right now, Lily Bradley, Jess Hodder, Hedvig Vessel. Sorry, that was totally out of order. Jess, Lily, Hedvig. That is your top three. And then Sybille Blanchon and Alexis Dupont looking good. Both of them making significant moves up the leaderboard relative to where they were last time. So that's pretty exciting. All right, here we go. Now, this is her 5th season on the Freeride World Tour. That doesn't even make sense to me. She seems like she's been here forever, but also she's super young. She's just one of those ageless characters.
Indeed, she's got a good head on her shoulders and some style to bring to the face today, so I'm stoked to see what she skis, what her line is. She is making her way down the ridge and into the traditional ski woman entrance.
Yeah, so this is getting pretty beat up, and you can see Elizabeth just pinning it out of there. That's actually a really good tactic, just not to waste any time messing around in the rocky zone. Coming back into here. Now, is she going to have the speed? That's how you hit that cliff. Elizabeth Gerritsen putting on a clinic and then going for the big slash turn above here, transferring back into this section all the way across. It's kind of an S-bend there for Elizabeth Gerritsen, making full use of the face.
Absolutely. So stoked to see her fly over those rocks that have eaten up so many of the field so far. Pulling a little shifty there, bringing that Elizabeth Gerritsen style.
Always, always stylish. Now coming all the way across. We haven't seen too many riders over here, and not many riders, honestly, since Maxim Chable over in this section of the face. So cool for Elizabeth to be opening up another section, another big stomp, and Elizabeth Gerritsen going into what I'm going to call the Swiss zone, because only one Swiss rider so far has gone through here, and it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, let's see what she can find. You can see the snow is a little variable, but she finds some good slushy snow and a huge stomp there that she straight lines out of. That was sick.
Oh, no messing around in the Swiss zone for Elizabeth Gerritsen, top to bottom, packed with features, super stylish, and really exciting run to watch. I love that looker's left zone at the bottom, the Swiss zone, really paying off. And you can see if you look at the tracks, she landed it with the exact same trajectory and exact same spot as Maxim Chable. So those two, maybe they were scoping together, but sure did work out for Elizabeth.
I think they might have been in cahoots. So here is that top air that ate up so much of the women's field, and she just sails over it. A beautiful turn there for Maud Best.
Yeah, Maud Best will be proud of her student, her tutelage paying off there. And then look at this lower air, boosting all the way down, bang! And then full control as she rides out. So definitely using up the acreage on the face. Every little inch of land is being put to use as she went way across, and now we just anxiously wait for the scores.
Deliberations, mate.
Get it.
Oops. I'm on TV.
Well, some tense moments here as the judges decide what they want to do with that. Elizabeth pointing out her Verbier logo, loving the local Shred Mountain Peak Performance rider. Had a great run there, and as we see her pushing into second place, Elizabeth Gerritsen with a 74.67, which means
we have got Jess Hodder still in the hot seat. I'm so stoked for her, then so stoked for Elizabeth. Both of these women needed to get a result today, and they brought it.
Well, what a way to finish off ski women. We knew Elizabeth was going to come out swinging. Let's take a look at what happened here. Jess Hodder locking down the win from double ski ejection, landing on rocks last time, to a win. Elizabeth Gerritsen, another one with a crash. And Lily Bradley, brand new on the tour, second event, and she finds herself on the podium. Hedvig Bessel and Sibylle Blangeon rounding out the top 5. Well, as we have come to expect, a magic show from the ski women again, and really some tough moments out there for some of the riders.
Definitely, that top middle feature, the Woe Man Eater, has eaten up a lot of the women's field. It's got some rocks sticking out from it, and you can't quite appreciate from looking from the bottom of the hill that it really needs a bit more speed and air. So we're going to go to the finish line with Jess Hodder. Jess Hodder, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, mate. Pretty good.
How talk us through your run. What was the highlight?
I think the highlight was staying on my feet after that second to last air there. definitely got pretty close to the rocks on the run out, and Jacqueline had made a point of saying at the top, just don't look at the rocks, and yeah, definitely that went through my mind at the time, so I'm just happy to ski out of it, to be honest.
You got to look for your exit. Well, that was an incredible run. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. Shout out to Mum and Dad.
Yes, got the mom and dad shout out in there. Really happy to see that. Jess Hodder beaming, absolutely beaming at the bottom. So let's see what this did to the overall. Interesting. Hedvig Vessel with a 4th place finish here jumps into that golden bib. Olivia Mcneill dropping down by 1, and Jess Hodder jumping from last to 3rd. Wow, and Elizabeth Gerritsen also taking a big step up. So big shakeup in the women's rankings.
A huge shakeup, and we also had a tie there between Susanna and I think Lexi.
Wow, well, all to play for when we head out to Canada after this event, but the ski women's field fireworks, we're used to it now. I mean, we're not used to it, but we expect it, and we saw it again, and what an incredible show from the women there. So exciting here on the Pic de les Planes in Ordino Arcalis. Everybody so far, all skiing is complete, and now we go to snowboarding. The snowboarders are ready. They've been patiently waiting their turn throughout this day, but we are ready to see a show from snowboard men and then snowboard women.
All right. So we are here in Ordino Arcalis. We've had two categories bring the heat so far, and now we are turning to snowboard men. So we've got a stacked lineup for you today. We've got ex-world champs, we've got rookies here, and we've got some riders who threw down in the last event. Michael Maughan from the USA was so stoked to put down a run and take away the win. And Becerra Barrett, let's check out what happened at the last event. He's still stoked to be here.
He is just drinking in the moment. Snowboarding to him is just like an artistic expression. The big 5, unfortunately not able to hold on. A massive transfer.
Wild.
Absolutely gigantic transfer.
Incredible stuff from Camille Armand.
Michael Maughan, again, just what I said, so technical and so precise.
Oh, let's go!
Ooh, the snowboard men's field is firing. I'm so excited to see those guys throw down on this face. Everyone is so talented. You can see their last event winner, Michael Maughan, just calmly sitting, finding his zen place, getting ready to do it. So here we are. Michael Maughan went from off the tour to leading the tour in 1 year. Camille Armand, this guy, he's checkers or wreckers. He's the backflip man. He's going to do it somewhere, and it's going to be awesome. And then Cody Bramwell rounding out the top 3. Whose game is it? Anybody's game.
So first up today, we have the world champion, Victor Delarue. I think he is dissatisfied with his 5th place from Becerra Barrett, so he's looking to jump up on the podium for this one. We also have Mathieu Martineau of Canada, so we're looking to see a bit more from him today. I'm looking to see what he's got for us, and Cody Bramwell, who was really in contention for the title last year.
Yeah, he sure was, and he was in contention for the win at the last event with that giant gap that he sent, and just had a bit of a butt check. I mean, it's a testament to the line that he could hold third with a big control issue. So 85% of you loving what Victor De La Rue is selling out there, 65 and 64 respectively for Blake Moeller and Cody Bramwell in the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. So those are the three men who were all together in the hunt for the overall last year, and it came down to Verbier. Basically, the one who finished highest was going to take it, and they are the three that you bet on.
Absolutely. And Blake Moeller, he's got to make this one count. He didn't have such a great run in Becerra Barrett, so he'll be looking for redemption on the face today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Blake Moeller, I mean, he oozes style. He finds landings where there aren't any, and he put tricks in places that tricks really shouldn't go. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back in the mix and back at the pointy end of the stick in the snowboard men's field. But speaking of the pointy end of the stick, the man with 2 titles under his belt is in the start gate. He is a human highlight reel. He is spectacular in all things. He's such a seasoned veteran in the mountains, but he also has such a strong freestyle element to his riding, and he goes so fast every time. Victor De La Rue is on course for snowboard men.
Dropping into start 1. He looks like he can't wait to get amongst it. Cruising down the ridge line there, trying to find his entrance.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, now that this has been kind of beat up, how the snowboarders are going to handle it. I feel like it's going to be pretty relatively smooth for them, and Victor certainly making short work of it. Now, we can't forget that these are the best riders in the world, so just because it looks easy for them doesn't mean it's not difficult. So let's not take anything away from these guys, but Victor now getting into the heart of his run.
Taking some serious air across there, which you need to in order to survive it, and he has smashed it, reverting half cab.
Half cab back, so Victor adding that freestyle element, and you're so right, he landed that so clean. And now into the wind drift with the big front 3 and a grab. So Victor De La Rue is bringing all the elements, the steeps, the gnar, and the tricks. This is, I mean, the judges eat this stuff up, and so do we while we're watching. Now this big one at the bottom, we saw a fair bit of play on this. With the 180, Victor De La Rue skipping out, now flying across here. Switch.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really steezy little one there. Some serious airtime. He kind of almost acid dropped it off. Skipped the extra credit at the end and is just flying into the finish.
Oh, that was great. And I think it's a good call. I'm not sure, maybe on the toe side edge it'd be easy to get, but that thing's so side hill, and we saw a lot of the skiers getting really rattled going across there. That extra credit hit may not play as heavy in the snowboard field. We'll see if we get any takers, but Victor, not into it. So the right speed there, and you can see him pop off his tail. I really like to see Victor just putting all that, and then look at this, just so stylish, Hannah.
And the 180.
That was great, and a little tail tap on the rock. The judges love those little additions. 87.33 for a first run. Wow, well, the judges absolutely loving it. I was just going to say they love those little additions because it shows you're in complete control, and control is one of the most important categories in these competitions, and that type of thing, those little chili peppers on top of the run.
The seasoning.
Yeah, the seasoning, exactly. They love it. Well, Victor De La Rue kicking things off with a bang here, and we go right back up to the top. The riders are coming hot and heavy. Manuel Diaz / Diaz, the Chilean rider. Last night in the Riders Lounge, we were watching Pipeline from the WSL, watching the Pipe Masters, and he was saying he just wants to make his riding feel like he's riding a big barrel at pipe. So I can't wait to see what that means on this face.
If he can get in the green room out here in Andorra, I'll be wildly impressed. So bringing snowboarders coming into this entrance, it's pretty tough work. He's taking a bit of an alternative further towards the ridge, making his way through
Yeah, kind of getting out on this almost airy balcony and then finding a nice ribbon and alley of snow. You can see it's definitely slushy, but for the snowboarders, this is probably feeling pretty good under the board. I hope at least it feels good because they're making it look pretty good. So Manuel Diaz now looking for his first feature, finding it here, going for a huge method transfer. Oh, that was spectacular.
That looked so steezy. And he's still bringing some real speed through the face.
Big front three there, so Manuel Diaz now we knew he had this bag of tricks in his pocket, and now he's just in the big open section, and he's got another roller air coming up, tweaking it out, finding transition, and absolutely flying. Can he hold it? No. Oh, it's such an abrupt transition from that side slope into the bottom of the valley where the lake ends. Unfortunately, just I guess from kind of direction selection, that was not the one, as he couldn't hold on to that transition from steep to flat.
He took a lot of speed out, and the aspect of that snow mean that you just accelerate across this really hard packed ice, and just hitting that transition close to the lake could not hold it. So that's unfortunate to see, but it was a wildly entertaining run.
Oh, it was going so well. He had all those freestyle elements. Loved this one, the big method. That is this skier's favorite snowboard trick. I love to see it. And then just hooning across here with the huge front three, catching the grab, putting it down, looking like he was in absolute control. And then this one where he just gets on the gas and there's no way he can hold it into that compression.
And I think he knew when he was on that hard snow, I've just got to ride this out, but unfortunately that rough transition just caught him.
Yeah, that was tough. So 51.67 for Slash Diaz. Manuel Diaz, Chilean rider. Not going to be exactly what he was looking for, but he's all smiles. He's such a positive guy. Really, really like the energy that he's brought to the Freeride World Tour as a Chilean wildcard. Really, yeah, pumped to see him. And one of these days he's going to put down his dream run, and we're going to love it. So we're heading back up. Another French rider, another big podium threat. Camille Armand, in the last event, he seemed to kind of unlock what he needed to do to find the balance between the huge sands but actually sticking runs, and he did it, and he found himself in second place. Camille Armand now on course here in Andorra.
See if he can find the sweet spot with the good takeoffs and landings and some space for some slushy turns. Working his way through into the lower entrance from start one.
Yeah, we'll see if he picks up this little feature that we saw Victor go zooming by. No, opting out. I think we're sort of seeing some of the differences between the features that attract the snowboarders and the features that attract the skiers. Every skier hit that one. Camille wanted nothing to do with it, but no skier hit that. The backflip, signature, and on his feet. Camille Armand definitely putting a stamp on this run. Oh, this snowboard men's field is starting to heat up.
Super sick from Camille Armand. Lining up another little cross-court air there as he makes some slushy turns down and finds his next feature. Will he do the lily pad or take it off the nose of the big cliff? It's the big one, and another big backflip. Manuel's over a huge rock in the...
Camille Armand wheeling over that last rock off a backflip that he stomped perfectly. That was a heart in the throat moment. Neither of us could even figure out a word to say. Wow. Well, Camille Armand definitely going to be a threat to Victor's spot there.
So the question is, if you hit a rock in the landing but you hold it together, is it a control issue? I guess not. Let's see what the judges make of it.
Yeah, so let's have a look here. This backflip, so that one clean, and then arcing across, getting into the wind drift area. The judge scoring video judge, loving what they see, and then as you said, right across into this flip. Now let's see, is this a control issue? Wheelie?
No.
Tail drag? I don't think so.
And
I mean,
the video judge puts control way up, so
way
to hold
up.
it together when you hit a rock on your finish, that's great.
82.33, so not quite able to push Victor. So that really speaks to the strength of Victor de la Rue's run there. Camille Armand in second. I think maybe I mean, the video judge is not a scoring judge. That's kind of for our reference, but maybe they felt a bit of a control issue there. We'll never know, or we will know after when we chat to the judges. But wow, Camille Armand, so snowboard men really heating up, and it's not cooling off anytime soon as we head back to the spectacular airy start at the top of this peak to Michael Mon. He's wearing the golden bib. He went from cut from the tour to winning the qualifiers to back on tour to leading the tour. What a roller coaster for Michael Mon. And he said he really listened to what the judges had to say. He's changed his approach a little bit, but he hasn't changed his attitude, which is just be a great guy and good things will happen to you.
Nicest guy on tour for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing him back up his epic run today.
I feel like there are plenty of opportunities for him to do some Michael Monning on this one. There's a lot of opportunity to get really techie, which he loves. Tons of wind lips for the freestyle stuff, but he thrives in the steeps with that ultimate sort of board handling skill that he's got. So really looking forward to see. Let's see if he bites off a piece of this upper one. No, I think that's not a snowboarder air. I think it was the skiers only.
We've done a survey and we've decided it's a skier's air. But here's his first air, which he takes to his feet, super clean, riding out to the lookers right for a 360 there, super smooth.
Big backside three, so Michael Mon backing up his claim last time of adding the elements, as you said, the spices that the judges want to see, but also keeping it techie. Oh, look at that surfy slash turn. You love to see it. Michael Mon definitely putting on a clinic out there right now.
Absolutely, coming into the big mama here, washing some speed, and bringing a little grab in there and riding out really clean.
Yeah, nice to see, getting the grab, adding that little bit of extra style, and he's going to come up on this wall. That's a tricky one on your heel side. I think a wise choice not to try to catch out to that skier extra credit, but finding an extra credit of his own there, kind of wheelie hopping into the finish area. So dead clean for Michael Mon, finding the elements that the judges like. Interesting, I'm unsure where that's going to stack up between Victor and Camille and Michael there. I mean, Camille's was so exciting, but he did have a significant control issue. Michael Mon looking pretty much picture perfect there.
Let's go! And Victor let's check out that tail grab there, solid.
So massive, massive bar on the technique side, which is absolutely on brand for Michael Mon, and I think the judges are going to like this fairly direct approach. Some big airs, he had that nice 360. Score already dropping 68 for Michael Mon, so putting him into third place currently, but we are nowhere near done with this snowboard men's field.
I forgot already.
I think the Frenchies brought a little bit more of that freestyle element to their runs today.
And definitely went real big. Okay, well, we head straight back up to the start. French rider Ludo Guillaudia, he's been on tour. He's got a 4th place under his belt already, looking like he wants to kind of knock it out. He's 36. He's done 4 seasons on the Freeride World Tour, and he's had a few steps back through the qualifiers, but he keeps popping up, so clearly the cream of the field in the qualifiers, and hoping to be the cream of the field here on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, let's see it. He's bringing quite a bit of speed down here into his entrance, so he's bringing an aggressive approach to the face today. So he makes his way through that tight spot, and we'll see him skip the skier's air.
Yeah, why would you? Why would you? So Ludo Guillaudia, as you said, aggressive. I really like his approach. You know, a lot of the French riders kind of share that, and I like this one too, heading over into this section where he can knock a couple of line sections together and start really building that house of line score along the way.
So he's taking a different approach by building his line score with a few close together smaller cliffs. So we'll see how that compares to the bigger ones.
Yeah, getting this one back cross court, coming in nice and clean again for Ludo. Seeming like he's got, yeah, as you said, he's got a lot of features all packed super close together. The judges often just throwing points, and now getting way up high on this thing into that sunshade line and clean again. So really strong run for Ludo Guillaudia. The level in snowboard men right now, like there's just so many runs so far that are looking good. And he is heading out on his toe side to add this final piece. He gets off it and he is clean. The first snowboarder into that air. We wondered if anybody wanted anything to do with it. No one else did. But Ludo certainly made it look like it was worth going over there.
For sure, that was definitely a good addition to his line score. We'll see, I think he might have had the most number of airs today, but maybe not the biggest. So we'll see how that shakes out with the judges.
Yeah, definitely. putting the line score together. We go back, we have a look. This top one definitely looking good, nice and clean. You can see the snow kind of holding up soft as we were hoping it would, starting to ball up a little bit. And then that one really clean, loving how he got on that heel side and just carved his way out of it. No panic to make a turn quickly. Now that double up, yeah, Ludo. Let's see what he has to say to Victor. All right, so they're putting him just behind Michael Mon with a I think that was just behind Michael Mon with a 64. So Ludo Guiodia into 4th place right now. Interesting as we see Victor holding that top spot. There we go, there's our full rankings. Victor De La Rue on the 87, Camille Armand with a wild run, hard stopping, but so fun to watch. And then Michael Mon on 68. So that's your top 3, but still 3 more riders to go with a ton of experience and talent up there. Mathieu Martineau, the rookie from Kicking Horse, 32 years old. He's been around, he loves to ride powder, but they definitely get some slushy days in the spring at Kicking Horse.
So we're looking to see more of Mathieu's riding style today. He had a solid run in Bakira Barrette, and I think he wants to take off a bigger chunk today, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he puts together.
Yeah, he mentioned to me that he was in a similar position to some of the skiers that we talked about earlier, trying to feel out what this judging criteria actually looks like and the way they reward. He is going to the skiers there, catching just a little bit of the top of it, but looking like it was more a directional thing to get over to his next feature. Now, is Mathieu Martineau going to go for this middle section of the Whoa Man Killer? Big ollie. It worked for Victor, and it worked for Mathieu as he just checks a couple bounces on the heel side, but not going down at all. So far, so good for Mathieu.
Beautiful 3 there, and he rides out clean. That was definitely a killer feature to bump up his score.
Yeah, big 360 there now. Mathieu Martineau is going to be looking to continue building on that, stepping off that one. He's showing he's in control. Good to see he's lining up into this section. How's this going to play out? Is he going to go off the diving board that's seen so much action? Looks like he's heading over that way.
Might be doing the lily pad side of it, making it into a little double.
Ah, the Swedish double works perfectly for Mathieu Martineau, the Kicking Horse local, showing that he can be versatile and find lines anywhere. But I feel like he's going to be a big threat when we get to the ozone face of Kicking Horse. But that was a solid run for the Canadian rider there. Really exciting.
He is stoked as he makes his way into the finish line. Let's check out this first air. Skims his way over, has a little trouble controlling, but pulls it all together for this beautiful 360. She takes to his feet, such a stomp. He's really centered over his board there.
Yeah, and then this double, again, really, really strong in the landing. You can see the snow's pretty soft. He left a pretty big bomb hole. So a small hit, it looks like, on control there from the video judge. We'll see if we've got some...
Okay. But yeah, it was super fun. What was the score?
No, it looked big from here, huh?
Not yet.
The back 3 from here looked huge.
The back 3?
Yeah, no, for real.
Oh, it was super fun.
It was super good.
The snow at the end of the chain was super scary. I thought I would just eat it.
No way!
So all eyes on the judges' tent as they deliberate and they tick the boxes of the criteria. Victor De La Rue looking extremely at home in the hot seat right now. Looking very comfortable. He's probably spent more time there than the rest of the field combined at the moment.
Absolutely. He's been in it from the first snowboard.
Yeah, Mathieu!
Sliding into 3rd place with 68.33. Mathieu Martineau out of Kicking Horse.
So putting himself in contention for the podium, but that is not going to be an easy spot. None of these are going to be easy spots to hold with the 2 remaining men in the snowboard men's field. Blake Moller and Cody Bramwell. Cody is the man in the gate, the British Swede, the Swedish Brit. He's lives in Greece. He's a bit of an international man of mystery, traveling the world. Filming his behind the scenes of the Freeride World Tour Crusty Lips webisode series. Cody Bramwell in the hunt for the overall last year. looking to get in the hunt again. He's sitting third overall at the moment. So you're going to be able to, looks like he's got a bit of binding trouble there.
One thing you really want to do before you drop into a Freeride World Tour run is do up your bindings. So that's a real bummer for Cody. Hopefully he can make his way through the run and not be too rattled.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he was kind of shaking his head by that. So right off the end of that one with the grab. So it's not just for skiers, that air. Great to see Cody Bramwell finding his rhythm after, yeah, as you said, just maybe forgetting to do up his binding. Not sure. We'll have to check in with him after. But now kind of back to that signature Cody Bramwell style, looking strong, packing the features in.
Nice little grab there, and he is riding out with some speed into the center of the face, lining up this windlet for a big backy, which he stomps. That was sick.
Yes, Cody Bramwell just putting on a clinic there. He was worried about becoming known as the backflip guy, but so far, being the backflip guy is looking like a great thing to be, as nobody else even considered flipping that thing. And Cody Bramwell getting way up on here on the heel side. Can he hold on? He's opting to go for this one that actually has transition and stomping it. Cody hands out, looking great. Wow. Well, that was a strong run and really different. That's one thing, Anna, I love about this face is the diversity of line options. I think that's such a strong position to be in, where two people can do totally different things and both be in contention to do well. Victor loves it.
Yeah, fresh approach to a fresh face, but I don't think that Cody is so stoked. I think he's a little rattled from the binding issue that he had up top.
My boots were okay. Let's have the start.
So I think he said that his boot broke at the start.
So it's possible that where the judges are starting to judge was actually below where he was. Look at that backflip. The precision required, just backing himself and bang, perfectly stomped onto the heel side and arcing out of there. So Cody Bramwell just putting on a highlight reel. Third spot there for Cody, 78.67. A solid finish. Great run for the Swedish Brit.
The Swedish Brit. Yeah, there's definitely worse things to be known as rather than the backflip guy, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. So things are heating up, and there's only one guy left, and this guy last year was just every run you were on the edge of your seat to see what he was going to do. He was on point for a strong finish in the last event, and then got squashed by the cat road at the bottom. Blake Moeller dropping in last man standing in the snowboard men's field.
I am excited for this, and I think as the third highest score on the Peak Performance Fun Bet, you guys are excited to see it too. So he's making his way down the ridge, finding the entrance, which is pretty cut up right now, but he is moving on through. It's a bit more difficult to navigate that kind of bumpy, difficult snow on one edge, so power to the whole snowboard field for that. Taking the skier's air with a nice little tweaked grab there.
Yeah, just picking up that toe side turn after controlling himself, and now kind of lining up this feature, just checking the angle he wants to get it. Big back three with the grab, stomped clean. So Blake Moeller back to his ways, getting in, surfy turn underneath this cliff. Nice to see this working for Blake so far. You could kind of see he was lining something up by the way he approached it. And now coming cross hill. Where's he going to go? Front three, stomped again. So Blake Moeller now, he's spun both ways, looking really solid as he comes into this bottom feature, and we'll see which way he takes it. Is it going to be the diving board or the double?
The diving board, and a big backy, so smooth, and he's riding out with pace.
Oh, he laid that out like an Olympic diver. That was just so casual, which is, to me, one of the hallmarks of Blake Moeller's style. He is the casual ninja. He makes it look easy, but when you watch it back, you're like, how could even anyone do that? That was magic. Front three, back three, massive backflip off the diving board. Blake Moeller, well, when you're last, you gotta put it down and look at you can see relief, stoke. He's just so happy to have put it down. You know, he just wanted, like.
They're both so hyped. Here's his top air. Nice little grab there.
Air and style absolutely through the roof. This back three with the grab and the tweak, just maxing out the style meter, as is Blake's trademark. And then this.
Boom. Just dodging those big rocks in the landing and riding up really strong. So air and style is way up, control is way up. This is going to be a good score.
First or second, I guess.
No, I don't know, bro. Yo, Camille went real well, no?
Yeah, sick, but a bit of a hand drag.
Okay.
And you're pretty solid.
You heard
Shout
it
out
from the
everyone back
hot
home. Love you all. Mom, Dad, thanks for getting up. All you guys.
Well, Blake putting the judges panel to work there. You heard Victor and Blake chatting, and definitely watching that gave some more credence to Camille Armand. And did we see a control issue, a hand drag? Victor saw it for sure, called it out there. So we're waiting to see what the score is. Blake is really anxiously waiting.
Time, huh? Hey, y'all.
Selfie time?
I had to turn it off.
Fluff the mullet, Vimo. Fluff up the mullet.
Oh, sorry. Dude, you're insane. You are insane. So lit. That backy from the top looked so crazy. That's like you. Thank you. They're having a yarn.
It's tight. It's tight.
Dude, the front one half cap. That was so sick.
That was Blake Moller style.
Here we go. 89.33 for Blake Moller. He goes from last to first, event to event. Unbelievable. And even Victor is pumped on that. Everybody loved that run and hugged all around for the snowboard men's field. Oh, what a way to finish the category with a run like that.
100%. I loved that he just looks like he's having such an incredibly fun time out on the face there. What's fun to ride is usually going to score well with the judges, right?
Yeah, it's so true. It's something that we talk about so much with the kids when we're coaching them. If it looks fun, it's fun to watch, and then, you know, it's going to be fun to score. So 89.33, 87.33, 82.33. That's your 1, 2, 3. USA, Blake Moller, and then France back-to-back. Cody Bramwell, Mathieu Martineau rounding out the top 5. Last event winner, Michael Vaughn, pushing him just outside the top 5.
Let's go for an interview down with Blake in the finish line. Blake, how are the vibes down there?
It's vibey down here. We're all having a good ass time.
That's great. Congrats on your run. What was your favorite bit?
My favorite bit was probably the front three in the middle because it was just the chillest part of it. And it just felt nice to chill.
Blake punting that huge backflip off the bottom feature. We saw that it just looked like the most fun thing ever. When you were upside down, what were you thinking about?
Just chilling upside down, hoping to not land on the rock, basically. And I came mad close, but like, I don't know, you can't see anything from the top. So I was following Camille's line off it, trying to what I could see from the top, and yeah.
Well, Camille actually did a rock ride out of that, so I'm not sure if he was the guy to follow, but you really pulled it off out there, and it looked so fun to ride.
Thank you so much.
All right, Blake, glad to see you back on the top step of the box. Stoked to see you in the mix here, Freeride World Tour. Blake Moller, #1 in the snowboard men's category.
Yeah, boy! Let's go. That way?
Yeah, that way. Heading off to the winner's circle, Blake Moller. All right. Well, that's another category down, and let's take a look at what that did. So Camille Armand in third actually jumps him way up the rankings into first place. Going to be taking the golden bib off Michael Mon. Victor De La Rue jumping way up, as is Blake Moller. So big shake-up there on the snowboard men's. You know, every time we have an event, things just go and the re-rack on the rankings, but really impressive for Camille Armand, backing 2 stomped runs in a row.
Absolutely, and Cody Bramwell, the other favorite, is in 5th position. So he's so far good for the cut, but let's check out what happened last time.
Oh, well, the snowboard men's field just put on a clinic out there, and right to the last drop, it was so exciting to see. We've got some updated information about young Andorran freerider Joan Arcalis' condition. He has a head injury, but did not require stitches. Life is not in danger. He's doing well. He's at the hospital. He's being checked out. So glad to hear that, you know, he's going to be all right. He's going to come through this because that was a scary moment for the young Andorran rider. Really happy to hear, and all the Freeride World Tour best wishes to Joan. And clean, so Claire McGregor, wow.
Here we go, lining one up, landing perfectly, riding out smooth, chucking down a turn.
Wow, so that drop was above a ton of exposure. That was a much more confident looking run.
That is Tiffany's first run. She has put together 2 nice airs there that she puts to her feet with a beautiful turn. She's kicking up snow. This is a fantastic run so far.
Well, the snowboard women still up at the top of the Pic de les Planes. They are ready to drop in and put on their show, battling it out. We saw Erika Vikander take her first win ever on the Freeride World Tour after 5 years on the tour, and she was so hyped to do it. Really excited to see. Now, having a look at our overall ranking, similar to the overall finish positions from the last event, actually exactly the same. Erika Vikander in the #1 spot. Event wildcard turned tour wildcard Nuria Castan-Baron in second. Tiff Perrotin, she's a rookie on tour, but man, she put a stamp on it and did not ride like a rookie.
Absolutely, and further down the field, we've got a couple of riders that are going to need to step it up today to make the cut to the FWT finals, and I know they're excited to do so. A lot of hype on this face today.
Yeah, people are psyched on this, and as we kind of move through the start list, we can see who's dropping first here.
So we've got Nuria Castan-Baron. As you mentioned, she had a wild card to the last event only, but she landed in second place and impressed the judges, so wild carded herself onto the rest of the tour. Then we've got our leader, Erika Vikander, who's looking to back it up again today.
And you said earlier, you know, there's a couple riders. I'd put Katie Anderson, Manuela Mandel, and Claire McGregor in this boat. They need to get it done today. So let's take a look. The public, the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites, public loving Erika Vikander, giving 88% of you think she's going to be on the podium. And then you can't rule out former world champion Manuela Mandel. You just can't. And then Katie Anderson, she had a rough go on the last one. She went into an area that she thought was going to score well, and then it just didn't have the features she hoped it did. So I got my eyes peeled on Katie, hoping she's going to come back swinging.
Let's see it, and I'm expecting big things from Claire McGregor, who is starting in 6th position today.
Yeah, Claire McGregor, she was definitely the victim of a serious control issue, and the judges hammered it on her run in the last event, which they are want to do sometimes. They want to see perfection. So we'll see how it goes for her today. I know that one of her highlights is going big, similar to this young lady, Nuria Castan-Baron, Spanish rider, getting ready to drop in Andorra, and snowboard women is on.
Let's see it, Nuria. This is her home mountain, and she's got a home crowd here who are cheering her on, and she's making her way to the entrance, just moving down the ridge carefully. It's pretty cut up. They're the last category of the day, so they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, Freeride World Tour tends to shuffle the categories event by event, so everybody, at least one event, is going to have to run last, and this was snowboard women's turn, and definitely, as you said, things pretty chewed up, but I feel like, again, snowboards are probably better equipped to handle the snow conditions that we've got right now, if it's still as soft as I think it might be. Hard to tell from our position, but hopefully we're going to see a great show from here. Nuria making her way in between these features and now popping off this one. Little rock tap, it's landing on her feet.
Having a bit of a control issue as it ran out though, so she's going to try and build her score back up with a bunch more airs.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, Anna, because it reminds me of the way I heard one of the judges talking about, oh, a big one there for Nuria, but bouncing off the rock. Sorry, I interrupted myself. Talking about the way you can consider the score like a thermometer, and it can go up or down. Your run goes hot, it goes cooler, and having a bobble like that, it cools things off, but you can build it back up as you go down.
The heat.
You can bring the heat, exactly, and that's going to be what Nuria's going to hope to do here. Another little rock tap, and unfortunately punching through the slush. At this lower section, I think, Anna, you really need to be balanced over the board to be able to ride out of some of these features.
Yeah, I think Nuria's seen the sharp end of some of these exposed cliffs that have set back takeoffs. She's had quite a few control issues and just a little slam there in that transition. As you said, it's pretty hard to ride hillside in at speed and hit that little wind feature in the bottom of the valley there, but she's riding out, she's fine, but with quite a few control issues there, so let's see what the video judge makes of it. What do you think, Derek?
Well, I would never speculate on scores because every time I do, I'm entirely wrong. But you said it perfectly. There were a bunch of control issues on that one, and definitely the face having a bit of its day there instead of it being Nuria's day. The rock tap on that one was really cool, and she was able to ride out of it and then slowed down, but got bounced on that one, and you could see the rock push her feet right out from under her.
Yeah, I would say not enough pre-ollie on some of these airs. And I mean, this is her home mountain, but I'm not sure you'd have a home advantage because we're a little far from the resort.
Yeah, absolutely. And she knows that wasn't what she wanted to see. But
3 times. Caught me. So.
all right, well, judge is dropping a 39 on that. So Nuria Castambaron, you can see in the body language that was not the run she wanted to put down on her Freeride World Tour second lap around here, as she earned the Tour wildcard after being on the podium in Spain. But we head back up to the top, snowboard women's category just getting started, and this is a heavy hitter in the gate. Erica Vikander, she came out swinging in the first event, brand new mindset and a whole new style, and it brought her into the golden bib. Erica Vikander pushing out of the gate, hoping for a repeat.
I'm excited to see her back it up on the face today. She's a very smooth rider who has an eye for perfection and really just lands everything she tees up typically.
Yeah, smooth operator, and I was talking earlier about that new outlook. What she said is she just wanted to fill the run with more features. She's always so smooth and styly, but you know, if there was one thing that was kind of missing from a lot of her runs, it was the stacked up features, you know.
Air and style.
Air and style, air after air after air, and line score as well, you know, to build that up. So it definitely worked out the first time. We'll see. This one, I think, could be a little trickier to do that because so many of the takeoffs, as you said, are just melted out and bare rock on the uphill side.
Which requires quite a lot of speed and pre-ollie. So.
All right, little half cab there, hopping to switch and then popping back. So she's trying to find the air and style in these features, reverting to switch and then back to riding her regular way. Now out in the kind of the guts of the face and looking to find that feature stack. There's another one catching the grab there on that crosshill windlip air.
Taking another air there, but stacking up a few smaller airs seems to be her strategy today.
Yeah, and I am curious at the end of the field here if that's maybe a pretty smart strategy because the snow is changing. We're getting later into the afternoon. You're seeing those shadows starting to get long. And now a big wind drift punch from Erica as she comes over this. This is going to be tricky for her to move down this. We saw this take out Manuel Diaz. Can she connect with the transition? She does. Tense moment there, but Erica managed it. Long kind of board slide and then managing to put it together. So yeah, as those shadows grow, Anna, do you think we're going to see the snow kind of rapidly firm back up?
Definitely. And this aspect here behind that bottom flatter air, it hasn't seen the sun the way the rest of the face has. So I think it was hard to start with, and then it's getting harder as it gets colder.
Yeah, so control, air and style, you know, we saw the grab there, we saw the half cab to then reverting back around, or sorry, the 180 to half cab. And yeah, like you said, a bunch of smaller features, but all with control and a lot of features, which I think as we see the shadows grow, as we see the snow stiffen up, I think that might be a solid recipe. 60.33 there for Erica Vikander, as you heard a little bit of input from Nuria Caston-Baron as she had something to say. So it looks like the conditions are tough, as Erica definitely looking pretty gassed and Nuria having a super tough time. So definitely this is going to put the snowboard women to work the way the conditions are on the face right now at the end of the day. So we move right back up. Canadian out of Fernie, Katie Anderson. Katie stormed onto the Freeride World Tour last year and was right in contention for the title. Actually, no, she wasn't in contention for the title. Marion had it wrapped up, I apologize. But in second overall at the end of the season. And Katie Anderson now looking to get things going.
And if there's a competitor that's used to hard charging on tough surfaces, it would be her with her background in border cross. Maybe she's used to some hard and fast snow. She's moving quite quickly through this section compared to her friends and snowboard women, and taking a little air there. So a strong start from Katie Anderson.
Yeah, that's going to get the thermometer moving in the right direction as Katie Anderson, she's going to be looking to add a bunch of features, getting to grab there. So the one thing that Katie Anderson had missing last time was features. She went into a couloir, which was super cool, washing out on her heel side there, but right back up and picking it up. So Katie Anderson giving us a little scare there, but all good for the Fernie rider.
Moving through the center of the face, she's lining up hopefully some more little airs for us.
Oh yeah, catching cross court on that one, finding transition. Oh, but going for a little tumble. Just looked like her board dug in and then right into a somersault. It looks like the slush there is super deep, almost quite inconsistent between the aspects. As you said, Anna, the one side has seen shadow all day, but then that side's just been cooking, and that looked really soft there.
Yeah, getting a little bit more unpredictable, this snow, so riders are going to have to take that into account. Having some more control issues. The snowboard women's field has been handed a hospital pass, dropping last at the end of the day, so hopefully they can hold it together and put down some solid runs.
Yeah, that's tough for Katie Anderson. Snow conditions and then moving across onto the other aspect and then having the exact opposite effect. A bit of a weird wind crust there, but the same result. The nose goes under and your feet are out from under you before you can blink. So Katie Anderson was looking to kind of back up last season's big show, and unfortunately that's 2 in a row for her that have not really gone to plan. So we'll see where it lands her, because as you said, I mean, the whole category right now is in tough with the way the snow conditions are changing here at the end of the day. So there's no guarantee that even with multiple control issues, she may not come out in a, at least a keeper finish. But there are some very, very strong riders up top still who are going to be looking to lay down some real clean runs. .33.33 there for Katie Anderson, so it's just kind of a damage limitation. Catching a hug there from Erica Vikander. Erica knows what it's like to have a run not go her way. It's tough, and these, we say it all day long, but these competitors, they're friends, and they know exactly what it feels like. But we roll on back up to the top. Manuela Mandl, Austrian rider, Manu to her friends, 4th season on the tour. She's 33 years old. She, in 2018, first overall, and then we haven't seen her back in that overall mix recently, but she has been coming back from injury, and this is her first season back in full health. So excited to see Manuela ride here.
For sure. In the first event of the Freeride World Tour this year, she got deep into the Nar, so I think she's no stranger to those big mountain venues, and I think this venue could play well for her today.
Yeah, I agree. She likes it steep and techy, and often really, really sending. She's definitely she's not afraid to get after it in the mountains. So you can see her getting heel side and then onto the toe side. So full control as she is going to find her way off of this feature, catching a nice little air. And Manuela now getting into her run, into the guts of her run. It's nice to see. I always kind of breathe a sigh of relief once the riders come out of that section, because it's just so technical and difficult. And it's in the shade now.
Some real exposure, not a great place to fall. So she's lining up a pretty big air here, but having a butt check on landing.
Yeah, that was a tough one. You could see her kind of bounce up and out of the slush, and you know, we are seeing the snow conditions kind of evolving as we go. Now Manuela making her way over to the looker's right side of this corner cliff, and off that ice fall stomped. So Manu now starting to come into her form, into her rhythm, and looking to build that thermometer back up.
Another little cliff there to build the line score and bring the heat.
Yeah.
Not done with the face yet. She's got another couple of little bubble cliffs there. Nice.
Yeah, so really happy to see what Manuela going kind of with a similar strategy to Erica Vikander, packing the whole run with features and stomp there again. So that's how you bring the thermometer back up to temperature. She did have a butt check, but she hit a bunch of features. Most of them were in that medium to large size range, and everything after that butt check was perfectly stomped right over her board. Really happy to see that from Manuela.
For sure. I think some of her airs were the biggest we've seen in the category so far today. So we'll see how the control of the rest of the field shakes out. But I think that's going to be looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I agree with that, Anna. She's happy and bummed. You know, she knew it was coming together good, and then she did have that one significant control issue. We'll see what the judges thought of it. I mean, I feel like the line score is going to be solid there. We'll see about control. Well, there it is.
So big bump on control, but some decent air style and a good line.
Really cooked, but hi everyone.
Well, even with the control issue, the line score stood up and the judges loved it. Manuela Mcneill putting herself into the hot seat. So Erica playing the strategy game, but Manuela playing the send game, and it pays off there for the Austrian rider. Really exciting for her. She's had a vacation from the podium recently, and I think it's going to feel really validating for her to be back on the box. And looking at the rest of the start list, whatever happens with Tiffany Perrotin and Claire McGregor, Manuela is going to be on the podium. But we cannot take a break because we go back up to the top. French rider Tiffany Perrotin, she's 33 years old. She's a rookie on the Freeride World Tour. She was so dominant on the qualifiers last year, and she's already got a podium to her name. She's on course now, Anna.
Great start for her in the Freeride World Tour 2022. She's been riding a lot in Verbier in Switzerland and those big mountains, so I think she's no stranger to big mountain consequences, and yeah, she's going straight into that lower entrance from start one, making quick work of it.
Yeah, I think that's a smart option here for the riders, that entrance. The other one, catching nice little transition there, and then again, you know, one thing that's been impressing me with these riders is the ability to get back on point on their heel side when things are getting so rattly underneath them. And then right off the nose of this one, Tiffany having a similar bounce there. That one looks like it's a little bit tough. I'm not sure if it's the snow or it's just really flat.
Bet she's got more on the books for us today, lining up another air there.
Oh, nice and clean. And, you know, holding the fall line there, sometimes putting a quick turn in and dumping your speed is not the answer, even when your gut tells you you should throw it across. Tiffany Perrotin, that was a veteran move right there, just holding onto the fall line, accept the speed, and then managing to stay balanced because you didn't try to throw it sideways.
So it looks like she's lining up this big bottom feature on the lily pad Swedish side of it, and she is taking it off the nose so clean.
Oh, yeah,
Huge
Tiffany
air.
Perrotin right off the nose and perfectly stomped. So that was a veteran run. She, again, similar to Manuela Mcneill, she had one significant control issue, kind of bouncing out of her landing onto her butt. But the rest of the run, really, really strong, and a burly line that she just chewed off.
Yeah, I think that the difference there is that she brought a little more speed to the day, whereas Manu Mcneill stacked up a few more smaller cliffs in her, so we might see some differences there in the line score. So it's either going to be speed or building that line score.
And both of them are important categories in the judging criteria. So we'll see here what got her. Yeah, she just got the board sideways. She couldn't kind of hold it. And a very similar video judge profile to what we saw from Manuela Mcneill.
But a little more fluidity, I would say.
Well, look at that. I mean, that tells you the story right there. The way she hit that bottom air and then just came nuking along the apron, holding the fall line. Young freeriders, that's how you do it. Don't panic. Don't try to ditch all your speed in one go. Tiffany Perton putting on a clinic on how to stay balanced. So listen in.
Okay, buddy. Ouais. C'est cool. Yeah.
And a new hot seat taker, Tiffany Perton, 67.33. Our ski women's winner, Elizabeth Gerritsen, coming out to congratulate her. So the judges absolutely loving what these women are doing. They're pushing the line score and those little control bobbles, you know, that maybe they're not hammering them as hard, but that's kind of, I love to see it, and I love that run from Tiffany, especially, as I said, just riding in the fall line, showing that kind of mastery of the technique.
Epic stuff from Tiff. She'll be so thrilled with her debut on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, I mean, she's guaranteed to be on the podium, so that's 2 stops, 2 podiums for Tiffany Perton. Great way to kick off a Freeride World Tour career, but we do have another rider still to come. She's from New Zealand, but she lives in Verbier. Claire McGregor, she had a good run going in the last one with a big, big air. Again, a little bit of a butt check, but she's been pushing the limits of the snowboard women, especially in line selection, and I have no doubt we're going to see it again here in Ordino Arcalis.
She is dropping in from start 2 and making her way down the gully into the thick of it, trying to find her first air. It's really cool to see her take a unique line.
Well, one thing that's already standing out here for Claire is how fast she's going. She's unfortunately just bouncing off the heel side there. Small control issue for Claire, but then catching off that, yeah, really making short work of this face so far.
Trying to lace some turns together. I think this is one of the steeper parts of the face. She's lining up a big air, stomping it, and turning nicely into the middle of the face there.
Yeah, Claire operating on the sunny side of the road here. The rider's left, Looker's right side, making her way again, just holding the pace. She's keeping her foot on the gas as she comes down into this lower section. If anything, maybe I could say sliding on that heel side edge a bit more often than lacing turns. But now coming into the big dog.
The biggest air, the diving board, and she takes a tumble. That is sad to see for Claire. She really needs to make today count, so it's really a bummer to see her take a tumble in that spot.
But if we can add I guess something happy to that, she went down swinging. That was a big, big air for Claire. And like I said, she's been pushing the lines and continues to, the only snowboard woman in that section, kind of wheeling out of it. But wow, so Claire McGregor not able to put it all together, but really pushing the line. A couple big airs and high speed up top. Whew, snowboard women keeping it hot here.
Definitely taking on some of the biggest features of the day.
So Claire crossing the line. You can tell just by, you love that. That is the Freeride family in a nutshell right there.
They are hyped to see her take on those bigger features. So there's her top air. And you can see that it's just so fast up there. She was having trouble controlling her speed and just not a perfectly centered landing put her over the falls.
Yeah, so you can see the...
She's got a bear. Great consolation prize. Okay.
Some bubbly there for Claire.
Hey, Tiff! You're a fucking legend! You're a legend! Well done. Welcome to... Nah, mate. That was bummer.
So Claire putting herself into 6th position there, 29.33 for Claire McGregor.
Yeah, last again. That's my favorite position.
Which means, Anna, that Tiffany Perton, the rookie on the tour, lighting it up with the win. Oh, the look on her face says it all. This snowboarder is a happy, happy snowboarder.
You would be so stoked. And her Verbier teammate, Elizabeth Gerritsen, is offering her congratulations. So here's the results from the day. We've got Tiff in the first place, Manu Mandel in second, and we've got Erika Vikander in third position there. We've got a few deeper in the field that need to get some good scores in kicking horse to hold on to their position on the World Tour. But right now we're going to cross to the finish line and have a chat with Tiffany Perretin. Tiffany, congratulations on an amazing run.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much.
How was it? How was that huge air you took?
Yeah, it was so cool. I was, yeah, at the top I was like pretty bad because I crashed a bit. I put my butt.
A little butt check.
Yeah, and so after that I was like, I have to go bigger. So yeah, that's it.
How was the snow? It seems like it may have been changing through the day.
A lot. Yeah, it's spring snow. Yeah, it was very good.
A little punchy, but you handled it so well. Congratulations on an amazing debut on tour.
Thank you so much, Anna. See you.
Ciao. So Tiffany Perretin, absolutely thrilled with 2 podiums in her first 2 events. Let's check out the rankings. So we still have Erika Vikander at the top there with 2 solid results, followed by, oh, she's tied actually with Tiffany in first place. And then Manu Mandel, our previous World Tour champion, is in third. So we've got 3 women making it through the cut. So what a contest. Welcome to the booth, Lolo Bess. How was the day for you in the judges' seat? I feel like you had the toughest job of all.
Yeah, that was pretty tough. I guess the skiman category, as usual, was really, really impressive. What was impressive out of everything, I guess it was the snow conditions. The way those riders managed to just handle those type of conditions was crazy.
Let's take a look at the snowboard women's run. They've just sent it on this face. Had some control issues. What did you like from Tiffany's run?
Well, I think what made the difference for us in the eye of the judges, it was just the way she really wanted to go for it. And for sure, she had a little issue. We talked about the snow conditions. It was super tough. But yeah, I think the bottom run, the bottom line and jump that she did was definitely the biggest of all, and she stick it perfectly. So yeah, that was the way we wanted to reward great riding.
Yeah, nice. And I think the snow has been changing through the day, so that's her major control issue. But also the person in second place, Manu Mandel, had the same control issue. So in the end, did you see that she had bigger airs that were stomped cleaner than Manu and a little more speed?
Yeah, I think we just seen probably the best air of Tiffany that was in the middle of the face, an area where it was pretty steep, and we really wanted to see someone like from the snowboard woman category to just like show some technique as she did. I think she's a big mountain rider, and she's properly shown in this type of condition the way she's normally used to ride.
An absolute pro. I love that stomp.
Yeah. So Manuel had also like really good runs at the bottom, but I think on the top she was probably way more conservative, and that's why she's just been bumped to the second place.
Sure. And with snowboard men, what were some of your highlights there?
Oh, snowboard men, highlights. I don't know, pretty much everyone had highlights.
We saw a lot of freestyle maneuvers in there.
Oh, I loved it. I think I would go probably for Camille Armand, backflip, landing on a rock, sliding on it, and it was kind of a nearly jump of this rock. It was, At one point, I wondered if he planned it. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that rock ride was outrageous.
Let's have a look at that. Looks like that's Blake Moller. Yeah, are we watching it? Blake had an awesome run. Let's face it, this kid is a good freestyler, and he proves in conditions a year ago, actually, here in Andorra, that he was handling it perfectly.
So the winning run from Blake Moller, it was pretty show-stopping, right?
Yeah, I think what we wanted to reward there, it was he did 2 360, 1 front 360, 1 back 360, and then went for a big backflip at the end. It's actually a first back 360, and then he went front side 3.
Sick. And he had an absolute steamer run in Becerra Barrett as well, but then came unstuck on that cat track. So it's so great to see him put down an incredible run.
Yeah, we know that he has the potential to win the World Tour, and it was just all about, like, would he be able to beat Victor's run? Victor had a really, really good run. The thing is, I think his 180 to 180 at the really top did not pay off as much as he was maybe expecting or wish it, but yeah, we really like the flow run that Blake just had.
Right on. And I was also thrilled to see the ski women category, my own compatriot from New Zealand, Jess Hodder, bringing an absolute heater and landing in first position. What did you think about her run?
Well, I think her run was crazy and really, really good. It's so tough in the ski women category this year. When you look at every single athletes are just amazing skiers. And yeah, I was really looking forward to see those girls on. And what was fun about that is the fact that Jess went first, and she actually showed the entire field that, yeah, if you wanted to go with a good score, you had to push it. And that's exactly what she did. She nearly held it, but I think probably due to, as you, the habit of the snow conditions you have back at home in New Zealand.
You mean head-high powder?
I would say difficult snow conditions, and yeah, she showed her skill there, holding it all the way to the bottom, and yeah, putting some good airs too. So that was definitely the best one here.
Yeah, the best
awesome.
air. Holds it together as she hits the rock on the exit, and as you say, training in those Kiwi conditions makes for a really strong skier.
Yeah, so happy for Jess. I mean, she was so close to land her like super nice transfer in Becerra, and she held it here, so there was really good win. Still want to talk about probably Hedvig Wessel with 2 great like stomp, Elisabeth Gerritsen as well, and then we can see the newcomers with Lily Bradley, which is on the podium, and it did stick like also a really good run. So yeah, tough in the ski women category.
Ski women coming out with absolute hammers. So we're going to turn now to ski men. We had a young rookie, Maxim Chable from Switzerland, really take us on a journey out on the skiers' right. Now, tell me what you thought about his line.
Yeah, well, so, you know, I said Jessica Otter, leaving at the start, first for the ski women category, showing everyone what was it all about. Maxim Chable left the start on the last plate, and it was all about, okay, he knew exactly how the snow conditions were, what was good, scored and not scored. And then suddenly from that place, he went into the Abel Moga transfer and just killed it. He went so far away, more than everyone else. But rather than sticking to the line of Abel and going small on this entrance, then he went to this big nose, and I was so impressed with this backflip, which was from far, I would say, the biggest of all.
Yeah, blind takeoff, you've got to scope that so perfectly to find your sweet spot for landing.
Yeah, I think there's the creativity as well that we engage and we really like. If you look at that, like the way he went all the way to the left, I think that was really nice. And yeah, look at that last 360. I think it was such a complete run. A winner for us, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. It blew me away. Thank you so much for giving us a little breakdown on the runs of the day. It's been great to get the judges' perspective, but now we're going to cut down to the finish line for the flower ceremony.
Okay, looking forward to see that. Thank you, Anna.
All right, we are ready to kick our flower ceremony off here. Congratulations to all the riders throwing it down on this face, and a huge thanks to all the fans making the trek up here. We're gonna start things off with our ski men's category today. Absolutely lighting it up, locking down the bronze medal. Let's hear it for Andrew Pollard. And in second place with a run that held up almost all the way to the end, give it up for Rose Tuster. Complicated. All right. And then rolling on. It's his first year on the tour, his second stop, and his first gold medal, the Swiss rider Maxim Chable. That's fine, just hang it off the GoPro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together for the ski men! Champagne showers. Well done, gentlemen. An absolutely spectacular show out there on the face today. All right. And we are moving on to our ski women's category. Another rookie putting down a podium run. Let's hear it for Lily Bradley. Yes, Lily. And coming back swinging after a tough one on the first stop to land herself in the silver medal position, Elizabeth Gerritsen! Oh, yeah, and that means there's only one left in the ski women's category. She dropped first, and she stayed first. Give it up to Jessica Hodder! Such a sick show from the ski women out there today. Strong riding all day long, and Jess Hodder and Elizabeth Gerritsen both coming back swinging from tough starts to be standing on the box. Trophy over the head. Let's hear it for the ski women. Great job out there today. And the champagne is coming. You're going to have to ditch that trophy or you're going to be taking a shower there, Jess. An enormous trophy. An enormous bottle of champagne. And Lily Bradley's first Freeride World Tour podium. Yee-hoo! There we go. Bottles are popped. Oh, that was very sportsmanlike. Nobody got it in the face. Oh, moving right along into the snowboard men's category, which was absolutely firing today. Third place with the bronze medal and 2 stomped runs in a row for Camille Armand. They travel together, they ride together, and now they're standing on the podium together, the silver medalist, Victor de la Rue! We need some construction help here on the podium. Yeah, there we go, there we go. The podium is back in position just in time. The last man on the mountain in the snowboard category, and he put down a heater. Another one from last to first. Give it up for Blake Muller! Oh yeah, look, I didn't know your head was that big, Victor. All right, one more time for the snowboard men. What a show out here on the face today. All 3 of these guys absolutely lit it up and making a tough day for the judges. Oh, Blake's a little bit behind. Delicious. All right, and we are moving on to the snowboard women category, riding at the end of the day as the shadows started growing. Continuing her run of landing herself on the podium in the bronze medal position, Erica Vikander. Tough footing out there on the podium walk. In second place, and a big welcome back to the podium to Manuela Mandel. Yes, Manu. And she may be a rookie on tour, but today's run was a veteran move. Give it up for your winner, Tiffany Perrotin! Oh, it's getting slippery up there. Oh, these medals are going real good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the snowboard women! Fantastic riding out there. Looked like tough conditions at the end. You guys made short work of it. Stiffening up at the end of the day. Andorran champagne showers for the Shred Doggers. All right, we are rolling out our current series leaders. We've had some shakeups in all categories. So first, we're bringing out our new golden bib holder in the ski men, Maxim Chable. Yeah, come on. That's right. All right, and on the ski women's side, moving into the golden big, Hedvig Vessel! And grabbing the golden bib for snowboard men, it's none other than Camille Armand! And the story developing in this next category is just getting interestinger and interestinger. We have a dead tie, 2 golden bib holders in snowboard women, Erica Vikander and Tiffany Perroton. Your current series leaders. Oh, it's all coming apart. It's a good thing you're good at snowboarding because the walking is tough.
So there we have it. Absolute hammers have been brought down on a brand new face in Ordino Arcalis. But we're not done yet. Our next stop goes off between the 12th and 17th of February in Kicking Horse, Golden, BC. So thanks so much for watching, and we look forward to catching you all there.